What is going on, everybody? Happy Saturday. Hope everybody is doing well. You are all blessed and highly favored because you were able to wake up another day and be on this earth. So, and I'm with you in that. So, hopefully, life is treating you well. Hopefully, you and your family members and close friends are doing well and are healthy. Let's see. Quick look at the weather. Currently 73 degrees in the New York area, going up to a high of 84. It's cloudy off and on throughout the day. And yeah, Sunday, tomorrow, 90 degrees. Monday, 92. Tuesday, 90 with maybe a scattered shower. Wednesday, 91. Thursday, 88. And then Friday, 83. So yeah, we are in the summer, y'all. It is real. So hopefully everybody's been able to enjoy the weather. I know we had a tough heat wave, but we were able to get through it. And so yeah, we are living. I am drinking my morning cup of Joe or Joanne. So, and of course it's the iced coffee variety. Pinky up for flavor. Yeah. Yeah. Now I'll be all congested and hockana. And it is what it is. Certain vices in life you just can't get away from. Oh man, but I hope everybody's doing well. I know there is a lot of people that are a little frustrated with what's going on with the Knicks because they just want answers. They just want to know. They just want to have a plan in place and have the a new coach and just know who's going to be directing the team and all that. So, and we still haven't got that information yet. So it's a wait and see process. But we knew it was going to be a process because they've said it's going to be a process. They said they were going to take their time and do their due diligence. And so, listen, the draft is already over. Free agency, is in the midst of taking place where it's going to start to really kick off soon. Couple trades have happened, and we also know that the Knicks have been dangling Mikal Bridges' name and Mitchell Robinson's name out there, which every team should do. So that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to get traded. It just means that's what you have to do. I mean, as people who have followed the Knicks for the last 5 years, we know that the Knicks are a team that follows the blueprint of, or at least they're trying to be a team that follows the blueprint of how an organization is supposed to be run. And if you're running the organization the right way, you have to explore all avenues. So if you have a player that's up for an extension, right, you have to see what is the possible return for trying to trade that player. If you need to, doesn't mean you want to, but you need to know what the value is of that player. And that's just what the Knicks are doing right now. So I hate for, everything to look a certain way and for us to think things are exactly what they are, because it's not necessarily the case. Now, I've already said that I do believe the Knicks are going to make a trade, and I think it's going to be Mikal Bridges, but that's also because of the fact that the information that we were given was that Bridges is looking for a max extension, and I just don't think the Knicks really want to give him the max or can afford to give him the full max in the way in which he was looking for it. I did hear something, I think it was brought up the other day when we had our other show, that something was thrown out there about instead of giving Macau 4 years, giving him 3 years. That changes things, because that's one less year that you have to give up that type of salary. And so maybe the Knicks are considering that. I said, and I still feel this way. If Mikal Bridges comes back, I have no problem with that. I've seen the value in Mikal Bridges when he's going well, and he definitely benefits and helps the team. And under a new coach, who knows what can happen? I mean, Mikal might, really blossom in a new year under a new coach. We don't know. The flip side of that is, he could be the same Mikal that we were used to this year, which was really great when he was on and then terribly inconsistent. So when he wasn't on, he didn't really bring that much value to the team because his consistency goes both ways. It's not just on the offensive side. It also affects his defense. So I said, if they can't, if that's what he wants and he's not flexible, because we were all under the impression that he was going to take a discount. If he's not in that same mindset anymore, then I think the Knicks got to move on. I don't think they have a choice. I think they have to move on because you can't afford to pay a player who's inconsistent $39 million per year, and you're terribly close to the second apron. And then not only will you be stuck with some questions as far as your defense and your starting lineup with, Brunson and Cat, you'll still have questions with your bench because you don't know who's going to step up and who will provide the depth that you need to go forward and to win a championship. And then you have, agreed to pay, a player who's been inconsistent $39 million per year. And you hit the second apron. How many more issues do you want to create for yourself? So, and you got a new head coach because there will be a new head coach. So all of these different things, I think it's just too many question marks to kind of mess around with. So like I said, if Mikal's willing to be flexible with his contract negotiation, fine. Bring him back. But if he's not willing to be flexible after we were told he was going to be flexible and after we know that Jalen Brunson was flexible in his contract negotiation to try to help the team, yeah. No. I would say you got to move him. Yeah. But we'll see where that goes. There's been a lot of different trade scenarios dangling out there for the past 2-3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks now. And this is all just speculation. We don't know what's what. And I really don't. I don't know if I've said this before. Of course I've said it. I don't really love this time of the year because there's so many what ifs. Like, oh yeah, well, what if the Knicks trade this guy for this guy? Oh, what if they trade this guy to the Knicks and we can get that? Like, it's all what ifs, right? And now we got the what if trade stuff. The offseason has just begun, and we're already like knee deep in a bunch of trade talks that probably will never happen. And then you got Giannis dangling. Giannis dangling out there. I don't like that either. And it's not fair to Giannis because he's a really good player and has been very loyal. And if he has second thoughts or any preconceived notions about leaving Milwaukee because he is loyal and wants to win there, he's should have every right to feel that way, and he should take his time with whatever his decision may be. But as a fan of my New York Knicks and as a team that could use a player of that magnitude and keep having their names brought up in it, I'm just of the point, like, listen, you like what we got over here and you want to come over here, then let's go. Get it done, man. Step up, say something. Now, if you don't really like what we got over here in comparison to other teams and there's other teams that all right, then whatever. Let that be known too. Y'all don't got no love for Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre? You know, then let it be known then. But yeah, I don't like when I don't with a guy like you guys got to understand with a guy like Giannis, this is not clear cut, and he is not in a favorable position. He's not. Listen, Milwaukee is not the place that shows anybody any honor. They got rid of 2 head coaches in when the team was winning. They got rid of a head coach who was dedicated to the team, and while his brother passed away in the playoffs. They don't show no loyalty. So what makes us think that all of a sudden they're going to show loyalty to Giannis? He doesn't have a no trade clause. They can trade him wherever they want to. They don't have to trade him to the Knicks or any team, but he can make it a lot hotter if he says, I want to go to the Knicks, and that's the only place I'm going. And if you're looking to extend me and sign an extension, I'm not going to sign it anywhere else. I mean, I don't know. I still think he's got a couple more years on the contract, so that might not be the case. But still, like, I'm not going to be happy playing anywhere else. I want to go to the Knicks. And sometimes in those cases, like, we assume that that's going to work all the time. It don't work all the time. We saw what happened with Jimmy Butler. He wanted to go to Phoenix, and they shipped him off to Golden State. So it don't always work. But it gives the Knicks a better chance if he does that. See, and that's the part of the reason why Donovan Mitchell is not a Knick, because he never did that. And he in his mind at one point thought he was going to be a Knick, but he never did what needed to be done to ensure that it was going to happen. He left it open, and then he wound up going to Cleveland. So it is what it is. I just think that I'm like, I don't really want the Knicks to be a part of the circus. And me personally, I'm like, this is just annoying to have to hear this every other day. And then what? Yeah, and then Giannis is thinking about this, and Giannis is waiting for this, and Giannis is, these are the type of teams that Giannis likes right now. Like, the whole Donovan Mitchell saga, that whole summer really kind of drained me with all this stuff. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Oh, I don't know who wants to deal with all this. But, it's life, and we got to go through it as fans. And, the organization has to make themselves available just in case he wants to consider coming to the Knicks. So, got to let it play out. So you got that. And then you got the fact that the Knicks, regardless of all this other stuff that's happened, the Knicks have needs. The Knicks need to improve the bench. Because no matter what, even if the Knicks run it back and do nothing else, the Knicks need to improve the bench, right? We know recently there was the NBA draft. We know the Knicks drafted Mahamadou Diawari or Diawara. And we'll talk about him and, see if he's somebody that can help the team. I have questions about him in the short term because, it was if Tibbs was still here, then none of this would matter because I'd already know that kid ain't playing, right? But now that we don't know who the coach is going to be, it's just interesting because, who knows? Then we know that the Knicks signed undrafted G Leaguer, Team Ignite player Dink Pate, who, once again, it's another question mark because if Tibbs was here, I know that kid would not play. But since Tibbs isn't here, who knows? So we'll talk about those 2 pickups for the Knicks and what's the realistic proposition of them actually playing for the Knicks, at least in the short term. Long term, maybe, but that's a question mark too, because in order for you to be a part of a team long term, you have to progress, right? And you have to progress favorably. We don't know that that's going to happen. I'm not saying it can't happen. I'm just saying we don't know anything. So we got to see, man. There's a lot of question marks with regards to that. And then obviously you guys know, as we talked about, the coaching search is still going on. Most recently, the Knicks interviewed Micah Nori, the assistant coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves. And this weekend, apparently, could be today, it could be tomorrow, I don't know. They're supposed to be interviewing James Borrego, the assistant coach of the New Orleans Pelicans and the former head coach of the Charlotte Hornets. And so we'll talk about those two guys as well. And then, who knows who else the Knicks are going to, be looking to reach out to or want to bring in for interviews. Right now, we're only talking about 4 head coach opportunities. So we got to see. I mean, really, this process, like I said, a lot of people want this process to be over already because there's so much uncertainty as to the direction of the team and who's going to be leading the team. But the Knicks are taking their time and they're making sure they're going to do what they feel is best for the team. Once you make that head coach, decision, it's a decision. It's like a marriage. It's a decision you got to live with, and that's going to be the direction of your team. And you also have to understand: do you have the right players right now in the interim that'll work for that coach, and the style, right? So it's a whole bunch of stuff. And then the way the Knicks move too, with all of the relationship stuff. Then we got to look at who is the head coach that they're bringing in. And is that head coach tied to certain players that the Knicks are looking to acquire? All this stuff. That's how the Knicks move. So you got to look at that. You got to think about that in the back of your minds as well. So I don't know. It's very interesting. This whole process is, it's a lot. But I'm happy that I'm older now to watch this stuff and look at it and understand how it plays out and look at it in a better way. Because when I was younger, I didn't pay attention to this stuff. And 2, I didn't really care about it. And if it was happening, I was upset. I was like the average fan, like, yeah, what's going on? Let's get a coach already. You know what I mean? But now that I'm older and I have to look at this in a different light because I'm a content creator, it's good to understand the processes of running an organization and the thought that you have to put into it as far as, how it's going to affect everything from top to bottom. I mean, we're not just talking about style of play. We're talking about personnel. We're talking about identity. It's a lot. And then you also got to think about sustainability, chemistry, continuity, all the C's. All of that matters with bringing in a new head coach because they've had the same voice for the last 4 or 5 years. So, man, it's not as simple and easy as we like it to be. Even though I did say, and I still agree with that if the Knicks bring in a competent head coach with the roster they got right now, that coach is going to take them to the playoffs. I agree with that, but it's not just about that. We all know that the Knicks are not looking just to get to the playoffs. They can do that in their sleep. We're trying to win. So, all right. Well, all right. I know you guys are like, what? Ron's done with his opening? Yep. 20 minutes in, I'm done with my opening monologue thing, whatever. Because I don't want to talk too much because there's not a lot to talk about outside of what we have planned for the show. So yeah, let's get right into it. Let's get it cracking. Let's see what the chat is talking about, and then we'll send out the link and get it going. If anybody wants to step to the stage. Too late, I blew it up. Anybody saw House Party? Man, that's my joint. Man, it's one of my favorite movies. It's not the greatest movie, but it's a great movie for me. All right. Shout out to Crim's Dad in the building. What up, Crim's Dad, Crimes Dad, whatever you want to say, however you want to say it. Thank you, my brother, and thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Good to see you. Walter Blackman is in the building. He says, good morning, Ron and my Knicks family. I hope we hire a coach who will play more than 8 players and develop our young guys because JB and Cat won't be around forever. No, it's very true. Listen, as much as we were a little disappointed in the very end of what the season could have been because it was kind of not wide open, but there was just, it was there. You don't always get a chance to have a Jalen Brunson and a Karl Anthony Towns on your team. So we definitely do have to take advantage of having these guys here while they're here. Shout out to Andios NYK in the building. What up, Andios? As you know, He lets you know, Knicks fans, if you're loving the content, make sure to give that like button a click, subscribe to the channel, relax, and soak in the experience. Facts. Appreciate you as always, Andios. And please, guys, go support and show Andios some love on Instagram. Give him a follow. You won't be disappointed in the content. And it's going to ramp up once we get back into the season. You're going to see him spitting out a lot of new content. So please show him some love, man. And oh, by the way, if you don't know what the like button looks like, it looks a little something like this. Smash that like button. All right. Where was I? Back up here. Here we go. Shout out to my guy, Deron Wayne, in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, Deron. Good to see you. He said it is Saturday and time for SKF. Facts. As I sip on my bougie iced coffee, pinky up for flavor. Yeah, it tastes better with the pinky up. Shout out to Darren Hood in the building. What up, Darren? Good to see you. Says salute, Ron. Shout out to Angel Torres in the building. Appreciate you, Angel, as always. Says salute, Ron, amigo. What's going on, bro? Shout out to Margaret Edwards in the building. Let's go. Says hi, Ron, and the chat. What's going on, Margaret? Shout out to David Smith. What's going on, David? Said Karl Anthony Towns, NBA and college resume, extremely impressive. 5-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA, NBA Rookie of the Year, NBA three-point contest champion in 2022. First team All-SEC Freshman of the Year. Yeah, I mean, no, listen, Karl Anthony Towns was a beast. And he still is. I mean, you know, he's a really good player. Great player, actually. I agree with that. He also says salute to Ron in the chat. Appreciate you. To Cowboys in the building. Let's go. So what's up, Ron? Where's our coach? I know. Like I said the other day, I believe the Knicks already have, like, I'm not saying that I know this for a fact, but I believe the Knicks are already very comfortable in the fact that it's not like they don't know who they'd be comfortable with as coach. I believe Taylor Jenkins impressed them in his interview, and so they already could pencil him in as the coach. And as they go down the line, they're just seeing who can be somebody who they like even more than Taylor Jenkins. I think Taylor Jenkins did enough to get the head coaching job, in their opinion. Now, some people keep throwing Mike Brown's name out there, I guess because of his catalog, and who knows, maybe that's somebody they're really favorable of and they don't want to leak it. We don't know. I think right now, Taylor Jenkins is the guy. But as I said to you guys before, James Borrego is the guy. Just with these four coaches, to me, James Borrego is the guy that I think they should really consider. Now, we're going to go over James Borrego's strengths or pros and cons or whatever, the good and the bad. And you guys will be able to make your own opinion. I'll give you as much information as I can about what goes into all of this stuff. And we'll just have to consider it the same way we did it with Mike Brown and with Taylor Jenkins. And so you guys can make up your own mind as to who you think would be the best fit. But I would say, as I said before, none of these coaches are perfect. And if you want to find the good, you can find it. But if you want to find the bad, that's out there too. So no matter what, there's always something. And there might be something, there's reasons for it, but there's always something. So, and I can find that for any coach. All right. Shout out to Lena Franklin in the building. Let's go, Lena. So what up, family? When I was at the Fanatics Fest, Jacob Javits Center, I met our Knicks players, friends, Deuce McBride. I gave him a dad. Oh, yeah, you said this already. Yes, that's right. Shout out to you, Lena. Cam from the Kickback is in the building. What up, Cam? Say, yes, sir. Salute, Ron. Salute to the chat. Salute all Knicks fans. What's good, Cam? Shout out to my guy, Randu, in the building. What up, Randu? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you. He says, salute, Ron, and to the chat. What's going on, Randu? Wonder Woman is in the building. Let's go. What up, Wonder Woman? Good morning, Ron, in the chat. Hope everyone is doing good today. Is doing good. Yeah, doing good today. Margaret Edwards says, I am not frustrated with the Knicks. I hope it is Taylor Jenkins. I mean, listen, Taylor Jenkins is not a bad choice. He's not. Okay, I see David is doing he's running down Cat highlights. In March of 2022, Cat against the Spurs shot 19 of 31, shot 7 of 11 from 3, scored 60 points, 32 of those points in the third quarter alone, and he grabbed 17 rebounds in that game. Feed the Cat. I remember that game. We actually highlighted him as our player of the week when we were doing the NBA report, back on MBK, Nothing But Knicks channel. Yeah, because we had a show called the NBA Report. I don't know if that name sounds familiar, if you heard that name anywhere else in present time. But yeah, we had that name, the NBA Report. We used to do a show called the NBA Report on Nothing But Knicks. I don't know if you've seen that anywhere else. But yeah, I remember that. Shout out to Wolverines 1986. What's good, everyone? Shout out to you, Wolverine. Jersey Shore 74 is in the building. Salute to you. Said morning, family. Building Blocks is in the building. Salute. Said can't wait to see the young guys, especially intrigued by Huck Porty and Pate. I'm confident Daddy is going to show more maturity. I can see Najee should be very active. Kolek going to feed these guys. Excuse me. It should be interesting. Lower that a little bit. Shout out to Brahim in the building. So Cavs made a great trade if Lonzo is. Oh, shoot. I missed that one. Shoot. Damn. Crap. I thought I saw all the trades. I got to catch up. I don't know how I missed Lonzo getting traded. What the hell? Hold on. Sorry. Pause. For Isaac Okoro. Okay. All right. Damn. That's I will say one thing. The Cavaliers are not afraid, yo. They'll go get somebody. They don't care. And that's not a bad move, man. If Lonzo Ball is healthy, the Cavaliers are going to be extremely dangerous. That's a problem because they already made a really good move when they picked up DeAndre Hunter. And you add Lonzo Ball to the mix because not only does he give you defense, a little scoring, shooting, but I don't really care about that too much. It's more about the defense and the ball handling. That's an interesting move right there. Because Isaac Okoro, he's a solid role player, but that's an upgrade as far as what they can do. Wow, that's a good move for them. See, that's the thing. A team like Cleveland, you can take a chance on a Lonzo Ball because they got so many other good pieces over there that are growing and they've already they won 66 games, I believe, right? Something like that. Like you can take a chance on Lonzo Ball. Whereas with the Knicks, I didn't feel the Knicks could take that chance on Lonzo Ball. To be honest with you guys, the Knicks still got question marks. Mitchell Robinson played 35 games in total, 17 in the regular season, 18 in the playoffs. If Mitch gets hurt, what are we doing? Lonzo only played 35 games this past season. I grant that he was out for about 2 years, and this is the first time being back, so he played the 35 games. But we don't know how that's going to continue to hold up. It takes time to see if he's going to be able to fully acclimate his body back to the NBA. So it was a risky move. And I don't know if the Knicks could take that risk. Cleveland, I think they're much better suited to take that risk. But I don't know if the Knicks could do that. So shout out to Cleveland for pulling the trigger. Good for them. It sucks, but good for them. RD Barn is in the building. What up, RD? Salute. Good to see you. Darlene Bryan is in the building. Let's go, Darlene. Says salute, Ron. Good to see you. Nostalgic Nick is here. Salute, Ron G. What's going on, Nostalgic? Hey, my guy Fritz Alcindor Jr. is in the building. The NBA Economy Show is here and representing. Also, Nick of Time Show as well. Salute to you, Fritz. What's going on, my guy? Margaret says the Knicks window is 3 years. Give Macau 3 years, $120 million. That is fair. He wants more. Bye-bye. Yeah, you know what? Maybe that makes sense, Margaret. Maybe so. I still don't like that they got to give him what they'd have to give him per year, but for 3 years is better than 4 years. It's still going to put us we're still going to be in a really rough spot, though. I think we hit the second apron next year, but next year, who knows? You know, they might decide to move off of certain people to get us back under the second apron. So we'll see. JJ47K in the building says, salute, Ron. Peace to the chat. The Cavs just trade Okoro for Lonzo Ball. Right. Thank you. David Smith says, trading Bridges so quickly after only 1 year and giving up 5 picks is a huge blemish on the front office. It only is if the Knicks don't get better. If the Knicks get better and improve and get to the NBA Finals and have a chance to win a title, it doesn't really matter because the bottom line is getting to the championship, right? That's all the Knicks care about, right? That's all they've said. That's what they care about. So as fans, we might look at it like that's a lot we gave up. But if the Knicks get to the NBA Finals and have a chance to win the championship, and if they win the championship, does anybody care about those 5 picks? No. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you took to get to a certain point as long as it works. If it don't work, that's when it's a problem. But I hear you. I hear everybody who brings it up. But I'm like, at some point, you got to move on from it. Because in the end, if the team is better and the team has improved and is getting to the goal that they want to get to, that's what matters, right? Because there's no proven way to know if whoever the Knicks draft with those picks is going to turn out to be what we want them to be or players that is going to help this team get better. We don't know that. There's question marks. Don't forget, guys, there's plenty of drafts where we've seen top talent, top 5 talent, number 1 overall player drafted, turned out to be a bum. Number 1 player overall get drafted, or number 2 player overall gets drafted, gets hurt, has a bum career, and it's not their fault. They could just never stay healthy. You know, I could name the names, but you guys should know the type of people I'm talking about. You know, the Cavaliers drafted somebody. Think he was number 1 or number 3? I don't remember anymore. I don't even remember how many years did he play in the league? 1, 2, maybe 3? I don't know. You never know what you're going to do, guys. You never know what's going to happen. So you just gotta hope they continue to make the right decisions and this team gets better. And if the team doesn't get better, yes, then this is something that's going to haunt the front office forever. That's when you can say, listen, the front office, this was one of the biggest mistakes of the front office. They traded all these picks for this guy, then they wound up trading him, and they got worse. That's when I would agree with you. But until that happens, we don't know. Okay. Sorry, let me just breeze through, guys. Don't mind me. David Smith says Giannis seems like he is in the same situation Damian Lillard was in Portland. If I'm the Bucks, I trade him. Their championship window is closed. I mean, I agree with that. Shout out to Joey, Rip 'em Up Sports in the building, a member of the SKF Army. Salute, Joey. So what up, Ron and fam? Salute. Cardiac Knicks is in the building. Salute, Ron. Salute, SKF fans. What's going on, Cardiac? M. Gene is in the building. Yo, what up, M. Gene? Good to see you. Joey says, can't run it back with that bench. I hear you, Joey. Leon Mitchell says, there is no evil Dr. Tibbs anymore, an actual bad guy from a James Bond movie. What up, Leon? Jay from PR is in the building. What up, Jay? Said our bench should improve with the use of Kolek, Dadier, and McCullough. I agree, because I think these young guys have some talent, and I think given the chance to play, I think they'll do some things that'll help the team. Barring that people can stay healthy, of course, because McCullough is always a very, touch and go with that type of injury that he had that kept him out for so long. Shout out to Kareem Grant in the building. Salute, Kareem. Says salute, Ron, in the chat. Much love to my SKF family. Salute to you, my guy. Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. Margaret says, I hope Knicks bring back Shamet, DeLon Wright, and Precious. We are good. Develop the rookies. Well, unfortunately, Margaret, Precious is gone. Like gone with the wind, And I don't think they're bringing back Shamet and DeLon Wright. They might bring back one of them. I don't think they're bringing back both of them, because as everybody has been complaining and saying, if you want to see Kolek, McCullough, Dadier, Huck Porty, you got to get rid of guys to give these guys an opportunity to play. I mean, we can only play so many people. Even if we expanded to a 10-man rotation, or you got to get rid of people. Like, there's only so many people that can play. So yeah, they would have to get rid of these guys to allow opportunities for these other young guys to play, unfortunately. Shout out to Double A in the buildings. I'm here. Hi, I made it. Salute, chat. Miss all of you. The freak is back. What up, Double A? Appreciate you, my guy. Oh, and by the way, guys, listen, the Knicks community is, like I said, we always talk about the talent that the Knicks community has that we don't really take advantage of or understand, because it doesn't get expressed as much. You got rappers, you got musicians, you got all types. There's a poet in the community. There's all types of little different things. Graphic people. There's people with talent in this Knicks community. But sometimes there's other people that can just help you, right? And so one of those people, for example, is my guy Double A. Bear with me because I don't have it up yet, but Double A is a relocation specialist. So if anybody's looking to relocate to the South Florida area, Double A can help you out. I'll be able to put his email up there a little bit. But if anybody's looking to do something like that, Double A is your guy. He can help you out with that. So I just want to put that out there and acknowledge that, show my guy Double A some love. But also, if somebody's actually looking to relocate to the South Florida area, hey, Double A might get you in there. And then you guys can always say, hey, man, thanks to Still Knicks fans and Double A for getting us in our new area, in our new space. So, all right. Appreciate you. All right, let me breeze. Shout out to Wolf Perry in the building. He said, I'm excited to see Cat this year under a head coach that utilizes him properly. Okay, all right. I can dig it. He said, I'm excited to see a whole team under a new head coach being utilized properly, actually. Oh, wow. Hey, look at my guy. Where you been, bro? Mega NYK in the building says salute and happy Saturday to my guy Ron in the SKF chat. Mega, where you been, bro? I mean, it's nice to see you come back because you appreciate the distance more. But man, it's been a minute. JW is in the building. Said Leon Rose did an excellent job. Diawari is 20 years old and high upside. Dink Pate is 19 years old, high upside. And Daddy A, 19-year-old, high upside. James Najee, 20 years old, high upside. The common theme is developing. Yeah. Barring that we have somebody in place to actually develop these players, because you guys do remember the Knicks did put out an APB in the middle of the season saying that they wanted to hire somebody that would help develop players because they needed to revamp the development staff. They didn't really have somebody. So I don't know if they've done that, but that's very important. Shout out to Baggett Jones. Said another 7-hour marathon run. No, not today. We're not doing that. No. Believe me, you could already see by the monologue. I'm cutting things. Not today. Jay Chosen is in the building. What up, Jay? Said peace, Ron. Many blessings. Many blessings to you, my guy. D-Rex is in the building. What up, D-Rex? I'm coming around on our draft pickups this year. Okay. All right. Okay. Baggett says, hey, Ron, how you feel about Toronto aggressively shopping RJ? Do you feel we should try and trade for him to help the bench? Also, do you feel we should add Masai Ujiri to our staff? No. So RJ, I would think the only way I would think about acquiring RJ is if all the targets that the Knicks are looking at don't pan out and there's nobody they can trade for, and we just can't get anybody, then I would consider RJ, because you know what? The thing about RJ is the guy can score. The kid can score. Defense is still a little questionable, but he can score and give some value there. He can also help move the offense a little bit. He does have some ball handling skills. So that would be a very that's like last ditch effort. We got nothing else happening and we haven't really improved. We feel and we have to trade somebody. You know what I mean? But I don't really see it. I think RJ is going to wind up somewhere else, and it is what it is. And as far as Masai Ujiri, no. I think this front office has enough going on right now with Leon Rose and Gerson Rosas to do what they need to do to make this team, better. Say what you will, but as we've already talked about it, outside of 1 year, the Knicks have improved every single year since Leon took over. That's a good track record for now. We just got to see how it continues to play out. Now, on the flip side, ever since Masai Ujiri won the championship with Toronto, the Toronto Raptors have declined. Right. I saw something the other day, about Masai Ujiri, why did they fire him or let him go? And that showed the track record of the moves he's made, and they haven't been good moves. They actually have hurt the team, and everything that they've done that they, has been questionable. And now they've decided to, they want to trade RJ, they want to trade quickly, and they want to build around the power forward. I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. There's question marks as to his decision making. He also got rid of a couple other players throughout his tenure that some people are questioning. And another thing that's coming back to bite him is the actual, the trade, given the Knicks OG and trading for RJ and quickly, and now you want to trade RJ and quickly somewhere else. So yeah, that doesn't look too good on his record. Yeah, I let Masai find his spot somewhere else. Listen, Masai was the guy that we targeted and could have been our guy a long time ago, but we got Leon, and then Leon we trust. Shout out to HRM in the building. Says what's up. Salute everyone. Parrish Dugga is in the building. What up, Parrish? Love the draft pick and the new youngster we signed. We got six youngsters to develop in a major league into major league pieces. Okay. All right. Thanks, Mega. He says, show support and appreciation for Ron SKF. Hit the like, comment, share, and subscribe. Appreciate you. Okay, who else we got? Carrie Cox is in the. What up, Carrie? Good to see you. Animal Lex is in the building. So salute everyone, guys. Don't listen to all the clickbait. I don't think the Knicks are making any trades right now. You might be right, and especially like I said, if they are willing to renegotiate with Macau, and Macau's being flexible, then I don't see the Knicks making any trades actually, because I think Macau is the one trade that I'd see happening. And I know that dangling Mitchell, I don't see them trading Mitchell Robinson. Not right now. I'm not saying they wouldn't ever. I'm just saying I would think Mitchell Robinson would get traded at the trade deadline, not now. Like, I think the Knicks would want to see. And plus, the Knicks are in a position where they need a lot of help right now. So why would you trade Mitch unless you're coming back with Jaren Jackson Jr. and you're not getting Jaren Jackson Jr. for Mitch? Like, you need more. So I don't think the Knicks are prepared to do something like that. And we already know Memphis doesn't really want to trade Jaren Jackson Jr. So, like, what are we talking about? No Cap Life's analyst is in the building. Said, Roll Tide, Knicks, Mets, Country Boy loves blue and orange. Let's go. Okay. Ed Winning in the building. Cavs not resigning Ty Jerome. I know. So, listen, guys, if the Knicks could get Ty Jerome, then the Knicks get Ty Jerome. Like, there's no question about it. Like, that's that. I would think Ty Jerome might be number one on the list if the Knicks could get him. But the Knicks can't get him because he's going to want more than $5.7 million. And that's the problem. And the Cavs not signing him tells you that they can't afford him because Ty Jerome was a good player for them. So, yeah, that's it. Shout out to Wesley Robinson in the building. Said, I'm checking in from Strong Island, New York. Salute, brother Ron. I want to trade for Malik Monk. I mean, Malik is not a bad player to add to your team. And he definitely is a good, he's a spark plug coming off the bench. So that bench scoring that you're looking to have, Malik can provide it. What would you have to give up to get Malik Monk, though? That's the question. Cavs losing in the playoffs made no sense. I didn't understand that, Leon Mitchell says. Yeah, I mean, that was just injuries, bro. If the Cavs were healthy, who knows what they would have done in the playoffs, but them injuries caught up to them. We know what that's like. All right. Wacko and Brooklyn's in the building. Holla at your boy. Salute to the chat. Knicks family. What's going on, Wacko? All right. Okay. All right. I'm breezing through. I'm always almost at the end here, guys. Yeah. Well, AA. I like that too. 3 years, $105 million for Bridges. Very fair. Jalen took 34 per. Listen, if he did that, I'd be great. But I don't know if he's going to do that. We'll see. He also says all the picks we gave the Nets are garbage picks as long as we win. We got to win. Baggett Jones says Brooklyn had the worst draft in NBA history. 5 first-round picks and not one is an NBA starter caliber. I mean, listen, some people, and I hear you, Bagger. Some people are like, they agree with you. Some people are praising the Nets for being adventurous and taking the chances on the picks that they pick because, you know what I mean? Like, you don't know. Like, the guys, they have potential, so they could blossom into something, but it is very questionable. It is questionable. Anthony Clark is in the building. Says, "Let's go Knicks." What up, Anthony? Thank you for being here. He says sign Chris Paul. Chris Paul's another person that's out there. We'll see. I think you know, it's interesting. The only thing that worries me about Chris Paul is that he needs to have the ball in his hands to do something, right? And I say that because he would be coming off the bench. He was a starter for San Antonio. So is he prepared to come off the bench? That's one. Two, if he does come off the bench, he has to have the ball in his hands. So that means what is Tyler Kolek, right? What happens? You know, because and most likely if Chris Paul came here, it'd be for 1 year. That basically means you're gonna shelf Tyler Kolek for another year because Tyler Kolek ain't really gonna get a lot of run with Chris Paul being here. You're talking about Jalen, Brunson, and Chris Paul at the point guard. Where do you see Tyler Kolek playing? It ain't gonna happen, y'all. Because remember, they're gonna have to actually take some minutes away from Brunson to give to Paul because Paul needs to play 15 to 20 minutes at least. So yeah, I don't know. That's the only reason why I don't look. I want the Knicks to win, but I also want if Kolek's going to be here, I want him to play. I mean, I understood last year. That's last year. This is a new year. I want to see what the kid can do, or else we just make a move and get rid of him and give him to somebody else, and where we will go crazy watching him blossom somewhere else. So I don't know, man. I think Paul is just too good of an option to have here because the other thing about Paul is he's a little bit washed, not all the way. He's a little bit washed, right? And some of the things he can do. So you have to respect him for his time here, respect him as being one of the best players throughout his career and give him that love. But you also could be hurting your team because he may not be playing up to, this is another year, he may not be playing up to his ability because he's even older now. And then we have a guy in Kolek that's just going to sit there on the bench. You know, it's a tough problem to have because you could get the best out of Chris Paul for one more year, or you could get a very mediocre Chris Paul. That's a tough one. All right, let me put this invite out there as I get through the bottom here. And shout out once again to everybody in the chat and everybody who's tuned in. We got over 170 people watching. Shout out to those on X. Shout out to those on YouTube. Please smash that like button on YouTube if you can. And please share the show, you know, to others on X so they know we're rocking right now. Shout out to my guy Urian Martinez on Facebook. What up, Udi? And shout out to my guy Carlos M. Rivera, Silos in the building on Facebook. Appreciate you, my guy. Ivory 10, what's going on? I don't care about seeing any of these guys. I care about winning. Okay, Ivory. People talking about getting rid of Mitch with no real replacement other than yeah. I mean, I hear you. Mark are absolutely out of their minds. Yeah, okay. I hear that. No doubt, my brother. Appreciate you. Okay, who else we got real quick? Prezi the boss is in the building. What up, Prezi? Said Ron the Teflon Don. What's going on? Good to see you, my guy. Oh, wow, Mega. Okay. Okay. Maybe you've been drinking coffee with the pinky up too. He said, I've been abroad internationally for work. Ron, London, Germany, Amsterdam, Spain. Just got back to Orlando. Stay on the grind. Wow, good for you, bro. Good for you to be able to do that and have that type of work that allows you to travel internationally. I'm happy that you made it back safe and sound and we're able to chop it up. So good for you, bro. That's dope, though. All right. Okay. JM3 is in the building. Salute, Ron. Okay. Nick Yak is here. The Raptors draft was horrible. Was it? I didn't really pay attention to it. I barely watched the first day. I just needed to see the top 10 picks, and then I was like, all right. Okay. Oh, thanks, bro. Scotty Barnes. Yeah, I don't know why I always forget this guy's name. Okay. All right. The East is wide open. You ain't never lie, Anthony. Okay. Ty Jerome is a beast. I agree, man. There's a couple players out there that if the Knicks could somehow get them, like, it's like a no-brainer. Like, it's almost like I'd do anything. Well, calm down. And we're not giving up Jalen Brunson, stuff like that. But it's almost like anybody else could go. You know what I mean? Ty Jerome. And I know I'm surprised that I'm even saying this, but Ty Jerome's something about that kid. Jalen Johnson. What? That kid is a monster. And what's his name? Jalen Williams, the small forward from OKC. Those three guys, get them. Now I know Trey Murphy the third is somebody I really like too, but he hasn't stepped up and shown me what those other three guys have shown me. Those dudes are buckets and like big shot buckets. Like, you know, when you need a bucket, they're young and hit big shots. Yeah, those three, any one of those dudes available, I think you got to go. That's why I'm thinking, not for nothing, if somehow the Knicks can figure out a way to bring in Ty Jerome, hey, Ty Jerome, hey, my name is Leon Rose. I used to run CAA. I've been running the Knicks for 5 years. This is what we've done, right? Look, you come here, I give you $5.7 million this year. Next year, I'll take care of you for 3 years. I give you like $20 million per. Hey, you like to eat at blah, blah, blah? Yeah, okay, free for you, buddy. Hey, you like Broadway tickets? We got you. You like going to Met games and stuff like that, going to other events? We got you, buddy. Hey, listen, you into stocks? Let me tell you, my broker told me that you invest, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, got you. Like, we got to hit her with the sweetheart deal, whatever we got. Nike's got a sponsorship ready for you, Ty Jerome. You don't like Nike? What you like, Under Armour, Reebok? Got you. Give Ty Jerome the red carpet because he is the type of player that changes your team. You know, Josh Hart changed our team in a certain way. He gave us heart, he gave us spunk, he gave us fight, those intangible stuff. Ty Jerome is a baller. Bring him in to go along with Brunson, OG, Macau, Cat, Hart, or maybe not Hart, because you know, if you gotta make a trade to get Ty Jerome, that's different. And I don't think you can do that. I don't know if he's even eligible for that. The sign and trade stuff, because I know it's actually some particulars with that. You can't sign and trade for everybody apparently. But yeah, so I don't know, man. Ty Jerome is like he fits exactly what we need, because you bring in Ty Jerome, right? He helps the question marks, because Ty Jerome alone is enough to help this bench, because the other guys will fall right in, like whatever Tyler Kohler can give you, whatever McCullough can give you, Dottier, you can get something out of these guys, but you got Ty Jerome already. I'm with that, but I don't know if the Knicks could do that. And I know if Fritz is still here, if he comes up here, he's gonna crush my dream. So I'll just put that out there. Anyway, okay. I got somebody waiting backstage. Shout out to JJ in the building. Salute, Ron. Happy Saturday, bro. Happy Saturday to you, my guy. King Ribby's in the building. What up, King Ribby? Where you been, man? Paul made a statement. He's going to LA or Clippers per Bleacher Report. Yeah, okay. That's fine. Good for him. Shoquan is in the building, said Paul wants to play somewhere close to home in Los Angeles. I would say that makes a lot of sense. I mean, Paul's at the end of his rope, bro. This is it. So, yeah, why not? And I definitely think he really wants to play with LeBron, because they never got that chance to make it happen before. He's like, listen, we'll do it now. Okay. Keith Turner's in the building. What up, Keith? What's good, Ron, in the chat? Hey, L, damn it, is in the building. What's going on, L? Pew, 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 pew. That's right. Pew, pew. Salute to the chat and to Saturday's host. Thank you, my gal. I was about to say my guy. I'm so used to saying that, but you're not my guy. You my gal. All right. Okay. All right, guys, this is it. I hope I didn't miss anybody. If I did, it's not for lack of trying. Show love to everybody if I can. And once the show starts now, it's going to be like, if I get you, I get you, but you get it. All right. Let me go invite my guy up here. And put that link back in there one more again. Okay. All right, here we go. Where's my two screen? Two step. There's my two. Gotta fix this. Sorry, guys. Give me a second. It was supposed to be saved, but it's not saved. So it's life. There we go. Hey, what's up, Double A? My guy, it's been a minute. What's happening?
I'm down here cutting grass in Florida. Yeah, man. I try to get all my chores done during the week. That way the weekend I'm free, but man, when it rains, it messes up your plans, and I got a lot of grass, bro. So
I hear you on that.
it's a blessing. And then too, back away a little bit. I didn't want people to see me gloating, because I've been a Tibbs gotta go, dude, like forever, right? I'm
Yeah,
like the president of the Menace Police, and Tibbs gotta go, right? So I didn't want to gloat and hurt nobody's feelings. Shah, hope you all right, Shah. Cody, what's his name, Corey? I hope you
mhm,
okay. These
mhm.
Tibbs guys, man. I hope you guys are over it. Let's move forward, fellas. But why are we talking about Mike Brown, bro? I know I wasn't here for that, but I got to tell you, why are we talking about Mike Brown, bro? He's
Hey,
the
man.
retread, bro. Dude been with the Cavs. Dude been with the Lakers. He's been with squads, okay, that's been set up, and he ain't been able to do it. He ain't been able to hold down a job. So why we think he's gonna be the man to come in here and change things up? Taylor Jenkins, I like him, but I like the idea of giving Johnny Bryant the keys. Why? He's familiar with a lot of things Tibbs did. Okay, Tibbs, I'm with you, man. You got to give Tibbs his credit, his flowers. He was a great coach in what he did. And a lot of the things he has installed, okay, are not throwaway stuff. So if you got somebody like Johnny Bryant, who's been here, who's coached under Tibbs, who was his top assistant, so he's familiar with a lot of stuff. He's familiar with a lot of the players, right? So you hook him up with somebody like Mike Woodson for a top assistant, and maybe like Patrick for big man coach or something like that, or
Mhm.
the Patrick, get him the help, man. You know what I mean? Work with Towns, on his layup, man. He got an ugly ass layup, dude.
That-
That's an ugly layup, yo. When he's like coming from the key and doing all this, he scares me, bro. He scares me because he's like shooting a layup from like his hip. I don't know. That's crazy, man. 7 footer shooting a layup from the hip. I never seen that before. But anyway, look, why are we talking about trading Mitch, man?
he's going into the final year of his contract, bro.
I know, but man, come on, bro. What you gonna get for him? You're gonna end up getting a couple second rounders. Learn from Obi Toppin, okay? Just don't give somebody away because you got to give them away because of something, and then get nothing for them. We should
Well,
learn from that.
I
Obi
won't say
was Obi was the number 8 pick, and we gave him away for 2 second rounders, bro. And he came back and bit us in the ass because he kicked our ass in the playoffs. Right now, the coach we get, I'm very excited, bro. For once about the summer league, I'm
Mhm.
very excited for once about the possibility of us discovering a diamond in the rough.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
You can't discover a diamond in the rough if you don't give nobody the chance to shine. And there's a couple of players I think that we have already. Okay. This is the thing. We're looking at the grass. We're looking at Chris Paul. Why we want Chris Paul here to take somebody's minutes? Then we're being hypocrites. Then we should have kept Tibbs as we going that way. If we're going to just hire, get more vets here and people, then we might as well stay with Tibbs, right?
Mm.
Now, if it's very important to develop at the same time as you're trying to win, because this is the way with the salary cap and the way we have our money tied up. That's the only way we're going to be able to improve our team year after year. It's inside development, diamonds in the rough, and see. But the thing that excites me, Ron, is the actual possibility of these guys getting a real opportunity to help this team.
That's true. I mean, I agree with you on that. Listen, I just like there's a path, there's a way for the Knicks to continue to make a championship push and include some of these young guys. I mean, but my whole thing is like I just want it to be, let's
But
be
they gotta deserve it. They gotta deserve it.
well, that's where I was going.
But what I didn't like, what I didn't like is last year people, Huckaport is trash, Kolek is trash, this guy is trash, and the guys never played. The only time they play is garbage time. Oh, did you see that? They put him in a game and he turned the ball over. How many freaking times Jalen Brunson turns the ball over, bro? Come on, man. You're gonna put a guy in and he ain't played in centuries and he make a turnover and that's it. He's garbage. And this is why we have been neglecting ourselves with Tibbs as coach over the last 4 years of a chance to develop some guys and maybe discover diamond and rough like that big 7'2" shot blocking monster. If you give us half, a third of what he did in the G League, wouldn't that have made a difference?
Mm-hmm.
A 7'2" guy that can come off the bench and block a couple of shots from you, grab rebounds and score. I don't know. This is where Tibbs messed up. He should have. We didn't have. It's part Rose, part Tibbs. We never replaced Isaiah, right? We never replaced Isaiah. Okay, maybe Harkaporty was a thing, but that was a mistake because Tibbs was not going to use this dude. Not in the beginning, not from the gate. And what Tibbs needed to do from the gate is play Towns at power forward. Playing with a big man. Prep him so that when Mitch came back, it would be an easy transition. Now you don't have to experiment. Now you don't have to worry about using it. You ended up using it in the playoffs anyway, but you didn't use it right.
Mm-hmm.
You notice when Mitch and Towns was in the game, look at the stats and see how many shots Karl Anthony Towns actually took when him and Mitch were in the game. And if he's not going to take any shots, then what the hell is the advantage?
Mm-hmm.
It ain't none. Right?
That's true.
So, I don't know, but I'm excited. And I think we need to get this new coach in here because I really feel he should be part of the process as far as assembling the roster, getting the people that are going to be on this team, right? Because now we're escaping another thing. If we hire a coach that's, for say, Jenkins, he's got connections to a bunch of players that might be free agents that might take less to come to the Knicks just because they're familiar with him as coach and they want to play for him again. You know what I mean? So I hope they get somebody in here soon and make him part of, getting the team roster right and getting it together, And I think Mikal Bridges needs to be given a whole season under somebody that's going to unleash him and use him right.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you guys look at it, we got two small forwards. Okay, we're playing OG at power forward, really at, there's another thing, Josh Hart at power forward. I'm glad we ain't going to see that no more. But we're playing OG out of position, and we're playing Bridges. People don't understand. Bridges didn't look as good on defense, number one, because he was guarding smaller, faster players. When Bridges was all defense, bro, he was playing primarily small forward. He was guarding small forwards. It's a big difference between guarding small forwards and fast shooting guards, I think. So I think, give Bridges another year because, he did some nice things in the playoffs, bro. He won a couple of games for us with his defense. You know what I mean? It was unbelievable some of the plays he made and stuff. And I just think you got to have somebody that can mix this up. We got the pieces, bro, but we're going to need somebody how to blend this up. And I'm sorry my boy Jay Chosen didn't come up here. Shout out to Jay because he had an idea, man, and I think the playoffs prove that is needed. Is we need to bring somebody in that's a really good ball handler. I wouldn't give up on Kolek, especially what he showed in a little bit of time when Brunson was hurt and Deuce was hurt. And he was forced to play minutes. We seen that 9 assists in 9 minutes, 8 assists in 6 minutes. Dude can pass, and he's got a 3-point shot. Okay, in some kind of world, you can use somebody like that. Look at the Pacers with the guy that they got, McCullough, the guy that kills us all the time. He killed the Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
You think he's a knockdown defender? No. So you never know.
He's not a lockdown, but he's a pretty good defender.
Right. But, that comes with time, too. You know what I mean? And experience. It comes with time, experience, and work. So, but, you don't get to work. Who knows? But I would like to see these guys get a fair shot at it. Ron, versus bringing, like I said, Chris Paul in or somebody like that in to take up their minutes. Let's see what we got, man. Well, so how you doing?
I'm all right, man. I'm hanging in there, man. I'm just trying to get through the beginning of this off season because it's dragging me. I'm dragging. I'm like, come on, man. Like, I don't.
I know, I know.
You gotta
I know.
understand. As listen, I'm whatever. I ain't gonna kill everybody's ears with my complaining. But as a content creator, you gotta understand. When I be looking to do research and find out what the Knicks are doing and all this stuff, and I have to go through all of this stuff. You guys, I don't know if you guys understand how much trash is out there. There is so much trash out there, and all of these people, like, and it makes you like, who? I'll be looking at channels, and I'm like, who is this channel? And what breaking news? The Knicks may have.
Oh yeah.
Who are you? Like, I'm like,
it's on main thing. They come up on YouTube, boom, front and center. I'm like, huh? And it said, oh, the Knicks hired Taylor Jenkins. Oh, the Knicks hired Mike Brown. I'm like, huh?
They're getting so flagrant. They're putting whatever they want, and they just want clicks.
Yeah.
It's like fake news. They're not even real.
Yeah.
Like, what is this?
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they're talking about something else, because you click on to see if it's true, and all of a sudden they talk about something. So the Knicks are going to interview. You said he hired. You didn't say interview, right?
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, other than that, things are okay. Just getting through everything. Oh, by the way, Double A, I don't know if you can put it in the private chat or text me your email address that you want to use. I'll put that up so that
okay, I appreciate it, bro, and I appreciate that shout out.
No doubt.
I really do.
Yes. Thanks, son from Brooklyn. We were talking about it earlier. Yeah, Lonzo Ball got traded to the Cavaliers for Isaac Okoro. So, that's a move that just, once again, if it works out, Cleveland's going to be a problem. But if it don't work out, then that's the reason why the Knicks didn't try to do it, because it's just they can afford to take a chance a little better than we can. So it is what it is. That's life. Shout out to those have joined. Shout out to Victor Rivera, smarter than your average. What's going on, Bear? Good to see you. Shout out to Anthony D. What's going on? And shout out to Boogie Down BX in the building. What up, Boogie Down? Appreciate all you, and I think I said what's up to you before, but if not, shout out to No Cap Life's Analyst. Appreciate you. So listen, bottom line here is, guys, we don't know what the Knicks are going to do fully yet, because we don't know that the direction, because we don't have the head coach. Do I think they're going to make the right call? Yes, because I trust in Leon Rose and his ability to run a business. That's where it comes from, guys. It's less about, and I think Leon Rose is he's become a basketball mind. But for whatever Leon Rose doesn't have, I think that is what Gerson Rosas has helped with.
And Wesley.
And Wesley too. But Wesley, I look at a little, I don't know Wesley's day-to-day as far as basketball operations input. I definitely know his relationships and understanding, like he knows, like Wesley Robinson, Wesley Robinson, Worldwide West understands who are the ballers out there. You know what I mean? He understands who the guys who can go get it. So I definitely like that input. But I also think Gerson really, he was GM for a little while. He really helps Leon understand the ins and outs of being a GM and what it takes to add to a team, and then what's the repercussions of making these moves. They have, I think the best part about is they have really good dialogue, which helps them make smart decisions, even though we may question something. But if we look at track record, which I don't feel like going through again, because we've gone through it multiple times, how many bad moves has Leon Rose and this front office really made? Not many.
True.
So, yeah, you just got to give it a little time and see what they wind up doing. But I feel confident that they'll make a good decision.
The worst news. Well, you were talking about fake news, man. The worst news is, you hear all this talk about, and you know what? For it being fake news, it's on ESPN. The bunch of talking heads on there, and it's like the Lakers, Giannis to go to the Lakers. Giannis to go to the Lakers. Who else? I just read right now. The center for the Heat. The center for
Bam.
Bam.
Yeah.
Bam, Lakers are going to trade for Bam. Why would the Miami Heat give the Lakers Bam Adebayo? How's the Lakers making all these deals, man? It's already sorry that, the NBA wanted to help him out and they wanted Luka, to go to LA. They did that phony thing. What up, Jay?
What's up,
So
brother?
that burnt me, man. Because that was like blading in your face, we're going to do what we want to do type thing, man. And all of a sudden, a team that had no chance in the world of even getting the 10th pick in the draft ended up getting the first pick in the draft, right? It happened to be a generational talent. So, man, I don't hear that, So whatever Leon got to do to make us better, bro, do it. Underhanded, whatever.
Yeah, I don't know how the Lakers continue to do certain things, but if they're able to pull it off, then fine. I mean, but they are making moves. They did trade, the young shooting guard, which I'm not surprised because they keep dangling his name, but I don't know. I thought he was pretty good for them, but I guess they feel differently.
But like you, I don't want the preseason to drag on where Leon and them they're waiting to see what's going on in Milwaukee, and the time is going by and free agents are being signed, and the opportunity to maybe add a couple of players that will help us will go by because you're concentrating, you're putting all this effort into Jason Kidd and putting the effort into this other player that I think I thought. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. I thought last year when they went and traded all those picks for Bridges, they were saying this is our 5. This is our team. This is the team we're going to go to war with for the next few years to try to get over the hump, right? Because that's like putting all your chips in the bag. We put all our picks, extra number 1 picks or whatever, we put them all to get Bridges, right? To get this guy. So I thought, you got all this money tied up in Brunson. You got it tied up in Cat. You got it tied up. You just gave OG a brand new contract. So our starters, man, and you got to count on Hart, which I don't think should be starting. But now you're talking about how much money in 5 players. And we can't keep going like that. And this is why development is very important. Development of young players, because we stuck, bro. Unless we do like a 2-for-1 or somebody wants to take Cat for somebody, or we trade Bridges and OG or somebody. This is our team. This is our team, right? So I think I like what we got, bro. We should have been in the finals. I thought we should have been in the finals. We could have been in the finals. If things have gone the way they could have and should have, we should have been in the finals, right? To say if we would have won or not, I don't know, but I think we could have been in the finals. That being said, I like the team that we have. I don't think that we have to do anything extravagant except, incorporate some bench players in there and see what we got. Get somebody in here that's really good on X's and O, and they can pretty blend these guys together. Because the one thing I think is a problem is OG and Bridges, because to me they pretty much interchangeable, the same player. And I think to play them both at the same time, you played Bridges at shooting guard and he got exposed by faster, quicker, smaller players. He got exposed.
Listen, I will say that the Knicks do have to figure out better ways to use OG and Macau together, because they are both playing out of position. And so I don't know. I don't know the focus of the players and like how bought in they are to getting to the end goal, right? Because if you
know what be a perfect trade, and this is I was brought it up when you were saying, Jay, we were talking about this all last season, how Jalen would be better playing off ball, playing off the ball at times.
Get into that. I heard the bat signal earlier when you said my name, so that's why I hopped on. So
yeah,
well,
hold on 1 second, because I'm gonna forget my thought.
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm already forgetting it. What the hell was I gonna say? Anyway, I got it. I think I got it. I think that the Knicks have to figure out a way to use both these guys, right, in their standard positions. But the other thing is, these dudes got to buy in, right? I think, and I say that, and I'm looking at Macau when I say it, because I think OG's a little bit more solidified in that if he should be the starting, he got to be starting. Like OG's is a game,
Yeah.
so he
yeah.
start. But
Yeah.
I really think Macau should take a page from Josh Hart and say that I will do whatever this team needs me to do to help the team, whether that means starting or coming off the bench. I will do it, because that is what takes a team to the next level, gets them into the championship mindset, and like that. Because the thing that we lost last year, guys, and we didn't talk about it because we didn't know. We didn't talk about this at all. The only thing we said was the Knicks need chemistry, right? They need time to really gel. We didn't realize that the locker room was broken. We didn't realize that guys were feeling a certain way and therefore couldn't really lock in. Because if you got other stuff on your mind, playing time, issues with Tibbs and how he's running the team, not feeling comfortable in your roles, you can't lock in.
No, you can't.
You gotta be able to give your all to the team. We're trying to win a championship. If your mind ain't in the right headspace, we're not gonna do nothing. That's the reason why we seem disjointed throughout part of the year. And in the playoffs, it really started to show, especially versus Indiana, when you see a team that is playing like a team in Indiana. Like, we were so separated in how we're looking at things. You got guys who don't feel like they're getting the time, guys that don't know their roles. Then you got guys looking at Cat sideways on certain plays because of how he's playing defense. Then you got blow-ups happening throughout the playoffs. You got this animosity towards the coach. All this stuff is happening, and that's why they couldn't get to where the Knicks could have easily got to the NBA Finals. They couldn't get there. They weren't playing as a team.
Yeah.
This is the type of stuff that we got to work on and get right. We got to get back on the same page.
But you know what else, Ron, though? Well, what you're talking about doing with Bridges, I mean, now you're trying to take a guy that we traded 5-1 picks, and he's supposed to be playing big minutes and big contributions. Especially, you're going to have a $35 million price tag. You can't have a $35 million six man, bro. You know what I'm saying? So in that case, if it's not working, why don't you make a trade, okay, that will help both teams? You trade Bridges to Cleveland, and you get the guy that we was talking about, plus you bring Darius Garland here. You play Darius Garland in the backcourt with Jalen Brunson. Now you got that setup me and Jay are talking about, where Brunson can play off the ball a lot. Because in the playoffs, the Pacers exposed that. Jalen bringing up the ball all the time, and all they got to do is press him and take him out the game, and you got 9 or 10 seconds off the shot clock before we even bring the ball up the court. But if you got two guys that can handle the ball and can shoot the ball, now you take that away from the other team. And that's what I'm saying. Bridges and OG are both small forwards. OG shouldn't be playing. When you play OG a power forward, you take away a lot of his strengths. Because he can overpower small forwards, he can shoot over them, and he can muscle them, okay? But what we're trying to do is we're trying to force the issue. And what we should do is, let's strengthen. Let's use what we got, right? You got to trade from your surplus. If we trade from our surplus, we get better. We don't get worse, right? And that's what I'm saying. You want to move Bridges, move him for somebody like Darius Garland. That would be an even trade, okay? And it would help both teams. He's an excellent three-point shooter. He can handle the ball. He can penetrate. It'd be a fair trade, right? But other than that, they put themselves in a bind because they should have thought about that. Adding Bridges was a great idea, but you already had OG, bro.
Well, but here's the thing, and I want to get to Jay and see what he thinks about everything. But here's the thing, like, don't get me wrong, I understand 100% double A, you're right, but who's to say? Who is to say that this is what has to be done? Because I don't think we have this because this is what we're used to, and this is how it's played out. But I don't think that if Bridges comes off the bench as the sixth man and plays 30-something minutes, and he's getting his $35 million per year, I don't think Bridges really cares if he's not starting. It's us and how we look at the league and how players are represented and the money that they get. Because if you're trying, the bottom line that I'm trying to get at is, when you're trying to win a championship, how many teams actually win championships? How many teams can even have a chance to repeat as champions? It doesn't happen that often. So for the teams that do make it happen, maybe you got to do something a little different. You know, maybe you got to do something a little different to win a championship. And if the Knicks are all in and they really want to do this, they want to give something to the franchise and to the fan base that hasn't happened in over 50 years, you got to be willing to do what it takes. And then you just brought up maybe Bridges isn't the type that you want to have coming off the bench, like making that amount of money. But even the person this is why I'm saying, like, somebody's got to be able to do it, because even the person you mentioned, Darius Garland, is making $39 million per year, AA. $39 million per year. You think he should be coming off the bench as a sixth man?
He wouldn't on our team. He wouldn't on our team.
And he's smaller too. You know, we lose height with that. If you don't mind, I was never a proponent, nor was I excited when we made the trade for Bridges to begin with. So I'm gonna put it out there, right? All year, we watched a man try to find his lane. The entire year, try to find where he belonged on this team. That's what we saw the entire year. And I think that we're like, a lot of this stuff is not oranges and apples, right? It's completely different stuff, right? So we're talking about a couple different things. Did we give away the 5 picks for the right person? That's one thing to talk about. The other thing is, does that really matter? Because once we did, he already came here. So now we're talking about a person that's been here for a year, right? Now we're talking about, we put all our eggs in one basket, and that was a starting basket with absolutely nada help. So were they, and then we're talking about the minutes, right, or the minutes police. But we weren't necessarily sure, because when we brought in some of these players, they didn't do anything for us. So all those things are combating each other, right? They're beating down, and to me, Deuce went backwards this year. So the running it back part, right? If you didn't make it to a certain part, and you can never, and I haven't heard this said in a while, you cannot, or maybe ever, I'll say whatever, you can't quantify the fact that a team lost, no matter what. And I'm gonna say this: we got out of a 7-foot guy who was really playing out of position, and how great he played with his numbers. When you lose a Debo from the team before that actually should have really won it that year, everybody got hurt with the Hartenstein. No Mitch, no, your iHeart's hurt. Everybody's hurt. You lose some of the heart of your team. You lose your bench. Don't forget that bench was Josh Hart and DiVincenzo and all those other people. Our bench turned from that to Shamet. And as many people like Shamet's not getting us over the hump. I'm just telling you that right now. Not getting us over the hump.
And
right?
pain regressed.
And pain is a pain. I don't. The team was made specifically for to battle Boston. That was what the team was made for. It was made to battle Boston. No one counted on the fact that Cleveland was going to be the number 1 team, and it jumbled everything up. The reason why those other 2 teams went so far, OKC is a dynamic team that and filled with a guy, future like superstar and all this other stuff. Maybe superstar now, but they both are deeper teams.
Yeah.
Obi Toppin was the one to finish us off in the game in whatever game 6 or whatever, and played well in that series that they went 7 games. No one in the world included the Pacers in the finals in their thoughts this year when they wrote it down. No one was thinking that. Matter of fact, I would even say that people were penciled in the Magic before they penciled in Pacers.
You're right.
Magic went down and got hurt and all that other stuff. Yep. We need a person to play off. We need JB is a combo guard to have somebody like you were mentioning before. Chris Paul takes away from JB and Kolik, right? Is that what you were saying earlier?
Yeah.
Right. Well, he may not be taken away from JB if he plays next to JB. If you have now, I know that's dangerous because of the defense, right? The defense takes a hit right there. But right now, there's 2 people at the top of the value for right now. Well, I don't know if one is at the top of the value. That's Mitch. Right now, his value will not get higher. And the Knicks are not re-signing him next year. They're not. They're not going to give him whatever he demands for that after being hurt for the majority time of him being there. Right now, he is at the top of his value. And then Bridges. Bridges could do things for some other team or a team that's looking for an expiring contract, coming down the lane. When, I think all this talk about Bridges it's all about the coach. You got to get a coach that gets in here right now, makes the decision, and says, Bridges, you're playing the bench this year. I need you to get ready to come in. I need you to do that. Not, hey, how do you feel about playing the bench? Or how do you do? No, you're setting the tone on that. Isn't that what a coach does? Coach writes the lineup.
The only drawback I was thinking about that, fellas, is look, if you move Bridges to the bench, okay, you got to replace him in the starting lineup with somebody. And with the Knicks' limited funds, okay, now who you going to put in the starting lineup to start at shooting guard?
Deuce.
Yeah,
really?
You could put anybody for it. What I'm saying is,
but we're talking about Russ Garland being small. Now you're going even smaller.
Yeah, but remember the other thing,
and I don't think Deuce deserves it.
Yeah, but you got to
not what he did in the playoffs, bro. He like Jay said, he regressed.
Double A, we got to look at the stats and actually what took place. There was certain lineups that the Knicks went through in the playoffs when Tibbs had to start playing his bench guys because other guys weren't stepping up defensively. When Tibbs went to the lineup of putting Deuce out there, Deuce came up on the defensive side. Like, you could say what you will about offense. Yes, this year he struggled mightily offensively, never like we've seen before. Even though his percentage may not show it, you got to also understand he's not taking a lot of threes. So if he makes 1 of 2, he's 50%. You know what I mean? Like that, those numbers is kind of skewed. But defensively, when they started to play him in certain lineups with OG and Mitch, they helped lead the Knicks in defense and lock. And every defensive, the other thing, because I looked at a bunch of different lineups and I saw a show that broke down the lineups and what actually worked for the Knicks. Every lineup that had Deuce in it had one of the best defensive lineups out there. Deuce was a big part of that. So yes, do you get a lot offensively with Deuce? We don't know. We don't know if we're going to get last year's Deuce or this year's Deuce offensively, but defensively, you put him out there, you run it with JB, you got OG out there. You're going to the Knicks are probably going to continue, unless something changes, I don't know. They're probably going to continue to go with Cat and Mitch.
I mean, I don't listen. Let me just.
I would go with Cat and Mitch.
I don't mind that. I don't mind that. What I'm saying is, if you do make a move, now is the time to make the move because his value is the highest. That was my point. If they ran it back with the two big men, that's not our problem. That's not our problem. What Mitch did when he came back fully healthy, his interior defense, his offensive rebounding, his ability to get out to the perimeter and right back under the cylinder right there, that was, very few people could do that. But I'm still rocking on the history of it. You know what I mean? The history of the guy. The best ability is, we know what the best ability is. So he's there. But God forbid he's not. Yes, he is absolutely one of the best defensive centers in the entire league. But if you don't go out and get yourself another 7-footer, which is one of our biggest problems.
We didn't do that last year. You're right.
We started the year with no pressure. We started the year with nobody.
You're right.
This year we're starting strong. We need to go out there. I don't care, a $2 million guy who could just throw his body in there and he can play. Put him in. We need those type of players if you're keeping that big man. If not, then make a combination trade and do what you got to do to free up some cap space, and then give that whatever that extra money is. You could get up to like something. I think it was like 20 million, something like that. If you got rid of certain people, you can spend that on a Kessler or somebody like that.
Well, the reason why I was saying about them just having their eyes for Giannis, Jay, is like Mark Williams. Phoenix just got him for
right.
Basically nothing.
And I'm mad as hell about that because I'm
like, what's up? Exactly. I'm like, what's up with that? You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. Don't have your focus all on Giannis and forget what's going on. What other possibilities you could do to better the team? Now, you were saying Kessler, like, okay, if Bridges is not gonna work out in the starting lineup, I'd rather flip him for assets than move him to the bench. A reason why, we already going to have a $20 million a year bench player in Josh Hart, okay? And he's going to be coming up for an extension as well. So now we can't allocate all that money and have a deep team. You know what I mean? Because, you gotta pay these guys, like you're saying, that guy from Cleveland, Ron. We can't afford him right now. When you have guys excess and you're paying $20 million bench players, you're not going to have money to make the moves that you need to make. And this is what I'm saying. I would make a trade like Bridges to Utah for, like, say, the draft pick that don't want to be there, Bailey, and, like, say, a Kessler. That would help our team. If we throw in Mitch, maybe they'll throw in Claxton. Now we got a guard that can play along with Brunson. That's a good ball handler that can play defense, that can shoot, right? So,
but say that one more again. Say that one more time, Double A. You're talking about Bridges to Utah for the kid who don't want to be there and Kessler?
Kessler, yeah.
I'd do that in a heartbeat. I'm telling you right now, I'd do that in a half a heartbeat.
And that's Bailey. The high, he's highly touted from, was he Rutgers?
Ace, but obviously no one worked him out. He's got a little bit of an attitude. He don't really want it, whatever. But which is, you gotta understand, man. Not everybody's built for New York, and if you're already kind of backing out, who knows? But that don't mean he will. Under the right coach, he could be tutored the right way.
So,
what do you think about that, Ron?
Are you prepared? And I'm not saying that I don't know that this is. Who knows? Oh, God damn it.
It's couch general managing, bro.
So, would you be if first off, I don't care what Bailey wants. We're talking about Danny Ainge, aren't we? Since when does Danny Ainge do anything that somebody else wants them to do, and if he don't want to do it? So
if they're gonna lose money on it, I mean,
it don't matter.
What I'm saying is Utah made a statement that they're no longer tanking, if we can believe that.
Correct.
So that means a player like Bridges, who now they can lock up long term, that is all around both sides of the ball player that they can really like do something with, would be attractive to him. And Kessler would solve our big man problem, our defense problem. And then, Bailey would give us a young guy to develop, right? And then Claxton would give us somebody to replace Bridges in the starting lineup.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I understand why you do it. I mean, who wouldn't want to do that? Kessler,
that's an unbelievable trade.
A lot of sense for the team as far as what he can do defensively. Who would not want to bring in Bailey? Look, I saw Bailey's highlights. I know what the kid could do. I saw him in college basketball last year. Bailey's talented. There's no question about it. But one, Bailey is the total opposite of every player on this New York Knicks team as far as personality-wise. You know that, right? And so the fact, would Leon Rose want to bring in a guy like a young kid like Bailey here? It's one thing to bring a professional basketball player that has a certain type of personality, but a young kid that doesn't know anything coming in here with a personality. Does Leon Rose want to do that to the team? You talk about infighting and issues we had last year that we didn't know about. Does he want to obviously do this so that everybody
you know who had that Bailey attitude coming in the NBA straight out of high school? You're talking about this guy coming out of college with an attitude. This guy came out of high school with a big ass attitude.
Hi guys.
Do you know who his name is?
Go ahead, Double A.
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant. Thank you. Mm-hmm. So you don't know, man. That attitude might be what the Knicks need. Somebody to fire these guys up. A young kid that put that fire in the team. Rah rah rah.
Yeah. No, I hear you. All right, hey Mets, go ahead, man. Listen, because I know you.
How you doing, Mets?
Doing okay. If you guys were wondering where I'm at, I'm in Pigeon Forge right now.
Pigeon Forge. Okay. What they got going on today?
Would you believe me if I said I'm at a Christian media convention?
That's different.
Cool.
Okay.
Well,
Right.
God bless, man. Enjoy it, brother.
So,
Thanks.
I don't want to keep you because I know there's outside noise going on in the background, but what's on your mind? What do you want to talk about real quick?
Not much. I mean, I don't have much of an issue with the trade back to the Clippers to get their pick and giving up ours, but just for once, could we not trade in the draft?
I mean, I don't know. I think maybe somebody just, maybe the guys, they had to click a button. They had to say, 50 is okay, but what about 51? Click. I don't know.
I don't know what
I thought with the Tin Man gone, we get away from this, but no.
I mean, it really, listen, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't really make a difference. It's like one of those, we will never know the true impact of what it is until they tell us. Maybe it was a couple dollars here or there for whatever reason. The Knicks just do things sometimes to do things because they have their own little stuff going on. But in the end, I think some would say the pick they got at 51 is better than who they would have had at 50. So I don't know, bro. I don't know, Mets. But it is what it is. That's how the Knicks move, man.
That was all I wanted to say. I gotta get back to the con. I'm probably gonna get lunch in about half an hour.
All right.
Where are you, Mets?
What?
Pigeon Forge, Tennessee.
Yep. I'll be leaving. I'll be out here by tomorrow night anyway.
Oh, cool. Well, listen, enjoy your time while you're out there, man. Make the best of your experiences always, and we'll catch up with you next time.
All right.
All right, buddy. Okay. That's live on location. Shout out to Mets, man. But so, I mean, my whole thing is I'm saying like this situation with what the Knicks can do and what they can't is very it's tough. It's very tricky, and we don't have a lot of money. I understand where Jay's coming from, whereas the Knicks are in a bad spot, guys. I don't care how we want to look at it. When it comes to Mitchell Robinson, it is tricky, right? We don't know. You can decide to trade him because you don't know if his health is going to stand up, or you can hold on to him and hope that with the new training staff, they've made changes to him, his diet, his health. He's lost weight. Maybe it works out. We don't know. Either way, we in a bad spot because if we trade him and he's healthy, he's going to go somewhere and put up his numbers for somebody. And we're going to look at like we could have had Mitch here, and we decided we don't know. Mitch is a really tricky one. Okay, so what are we going to do? I don't know. But
for sure thing, if he's healthy and he can play, he's going to put up the numbers.
Yeah, no, Mitch.
He's going to do his job.
Mitch, listen. For all the Mitch haters out there that he can't shoot, he doesn't shoot free throws and all that stuff. What Mitch does is what Mitch does well. No matter what, if he's healthy, he's going to do what he does, and we've seen it.
Let me just say one thing, Ron, really quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
And I'm sorry, I'm doing this for you, because you've asked me to. Sorry about that.
No, you good.
We had this experiment already. The going rate for a person of Mitch's standards when he is available to do that is probably around what? Between 15 to 25 million, 18 to 20 million dollars, $20 million, $20 million.
$20 million probably. Yeah.
All right. Didn't we just do that? And was he available for like, I don't know, 80% of that? He wasn't available. The whole point is
wait, who? With Mitch?
With Mitch.
Well, I mean, we gave him his high point of his extension was 15 million.
All right, 15. All right. We no way in heck I really believe that whatever his next value is, or whatever that we're gonna run that back, and God forbid we're having a great year and the same ability goes away. You know what I'm saying? Not his physical abilities. You get where I'm going. The same thing that has over and over and over and over again. It's called insanity. So the fact of the matter is he did fantastic. He did fantastic for us with a lot of waiting and a lot of getting healthy. But come on, man. If you could be a Mitch fan, I'm a Mitch fan. But if you can't see that his value at this particular moment is as high as it's going to be, unless he balls the same exact way until the trade deadline, are we going to give him $20 million next time? That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm looking at all the angles of it. I don't see that happening. And yes, we would look over at the other team and be like, damn, Mitch was balling out. He finally got it. And we got him right. It's not Mitch. And this is really not really about Mitch, right? It's about having a big man next to a big man. That's really more what important to me. And then having another big man that is serviceable to come off the bench.
Yeah.
Right.
For either of our big men.
Yeah, because like in the playoffs, what pissed me off, Jay, Tibbs called himself starting and playing Mitch and Cat together. And what he do? As soon as he pull Cat out the game, instead of replacing Cat with a big man, so you still keep that two-man big lineup, right? He brings in Hart to play power forward, right? And now you got Hart. So the next time Mitch comes out, guess who you got to replace him with? Cat. So where was that two-man lineup? It went to shit because, you subbed them with Cat. So exactly what you're saying, you need a big man to play that game, right? You need a serviceable center to come off the bench, like you said, and replace Cat or Mitch or whichever way you're going to do it.
I mean, but listen, the other thing too is, look, all right, shout out to, and I'm saying something that AA said, but I'm also saying something in reference to, shout out to Tori B. What up, Tori? Good to see you.
Hey, Tori.
Hey, let's go, Tori. something that Anthony D said. Hold on.
And that quiet storm voice, man, got all these women coming out.
I said, Anthony D said, and what are these numbers, pray tell? Will he finally average 30 points per game? Will he finally average double-digit rebounds per game? So here's the thing. Two things in regards to Mitch. One, first off, Tibbs, in an effort to find something, set the team up for failure and set himself up for failure, right? He's running this too big lineup. A lineup that you haven't really run all season, and now you want to do it in the playoffs, and these guys aren't even prepared to run it properly. Like you don't know what are going to be the repercussions of running the line. And you know, when he first did it, the first 2 times we got smoked. The first time we looked terrible. I was like, what is this? It got better over time, but it's not something. You can't just do something you haven't done all season, then put it in the playoffs and expect it to work.
You don't experiment at that time.
That's not the time you do it. Okay.
And then when he did it, he didn't get Cat the ball.
No.
Cat and Mitch would be on the court and he wouldn't shoot the ball. I'm like, so what's the use of having both of them in the game?
It's just it puts you behind the 8 ball and puts you in a really unfavorable position. Did he have to do it? Yes, I believe he had to do something, but that's not like, this is why you should have practiced this in the regular season. This is something they should
Exactly.
All right. So that's one. And two, to Anthony D's point, look, I'm not gonna get on Mitch too much, guys, because let's not forget, and you know what I'm saying, Anthony D, he was on a minute restriction throughout the whole time he was playing in the regular season. Even to start the playoffs versus Detroit, he was still playing around 20, 21, 23 minutes. He didn't start getting more minutes until they started progressing. So to ask him to put up the numbers that you would expect from another type of center, he needs to play. Now, the flip side of that, though, is, do you trust him to play 30 minutes plus, right? Maybe the part of the reason why Mitch was able to stay healthy is because we have him on that 20-plus minutes. Maybe when we get him back into the 30 or more minutes, that's when we run into injury issues with Mitch. Maybe we got to regulate how often he plays. Then you could say, all right, and I'm not going to get into all that. Oh, well, if we got to regulate his minutes, is he worth $20 million? No, I get all that. I know. You're right.
Yeah.
I agree. I
think Mitch.
Sorry, just wanted to throw that.
I get it.
I think Mitch is dedicated to the Knicks, and I think if Mitch sees playing a limited role, 20 minutes a game is benefit for his career, the longevity of his career, him staying on the court, I think then he would entertain taking a lot less than maybe he could have gotten to stay here. You know what I mean? You could do a long-term, shorter per year, but longer in-term contract and say, hey, Mitch, we're going to get another big guy. You're going to split the minutes at center. And, you know, we wanted to keep you on the court because look at what your history has been. When you've played these many minutes, whatever, you've been gone. And I'm sure that messes with you too. So what we're going to do is play you less minutes, bring somebody in to split the time. But would you take less money to stay here?
Mm-hmm.
And who knows? He might say yes. You know, we explore all these options before we give away players that actually play for us and actually do stuff for us.
I agree, Double A. Listen, you could talk to Mitch, and Mitch might give the Knicks a sweetheart deal. He's making around 12 million or 13 because his contract was de-escalating. So you might say, okay, his last contract, he got 15 million was the high point. So 18 million is not that big of a difference, but it is a big difference on a de-escalated contract from 12 to 18. That's some change. So he might say, yeah, I'll take the 18, whatever. Let's do it. But anyway, all right, let's move on from that for a little while.
Right, that changes Mark Williams. Anyway, go ahead.
Thank you for no. Thank you for bringing that up because
I wanted Mark Williams. So
I'm sorry. I entered a new zone. Okay.
Yeah, but let me explain something. First off, let me do this. I want to shout out a couple people. I got a couple super chats, and then I want to say something real quick about Mark Williams. Shout out to Johnny Davis in the building. He said everybody else is going 100, but Bridges playing not to get hurt. That's why he seems passive, not fair. Listen, that's been his style of play since he came into the league. You guys say he doesn't like to play to contact. It's true. He's also an Iron Man, and the reason why he can play every game because he doesn't play to contact. But when Bridges is going good, he's going good no matter what. People aren't stopping him. He's still getting his shot off. If that's how he plays, that's how he plays. That's not the issue. We don't have an issue with what Bridges does when he's going well. We just have an issue that he's not always going well because he's inconsistent. So I don't want to judge him for the style. Excuse me, for the style of game. That's always been his style of game. It's not an issue now. He just needs to be consistent, go out there, give us the buckets that we expect, and play at that level. And also, he needs to come with that same energy on defense. I've never seen a player that's inconsistent on defense who's that good, and he is inconsistent on defense. So I don't know what to say about that. It's wild, but okay, whatever. I'm moving on. Shout out to Nick Nation. Salute to you. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Travel Vibes is in the building. What up, Travel Vibes? Salute. Good afternoon, family. How's everyone? Good to see you. E. Gibson in the building said, Mitch healthy. He makes an undeniable impact. New coach hopefully is more innovative and can press the right buttons. I'm with you on that. That would be dope. Shout out to D-Ras. Said Cat as a whole in the bucket, stay leaking. Well, listen, there's the good and bad of Cat, but Cat, once again, guys, we talked about this before. Just keep in mind, it doesn't matter how you feel about either one of them. Jalen Brunson and Cat draw so much attention, they make everybody else's life easier on offense. To see somebody open and get a shot, to see Josh Hart wide open for threes, it's because these dudes are out there. So just keep that in mind. Shout out to Lou Boogie in the building. What up, Lou? Shout out to Jay Boogie in the building. Say shout out to the chat and the panel. Rob reminding us we still Knicks fans. Thank you for all the prayers while I'm dealing with my off-season surgery. Salute. 3 capital S's. Appreciate you, Jay Boogie, man. Heal up. As I said, I'm gonna give you a call later today. That's right. I'm gonna give you a call later today, brother, and check on you. But I'm hoping your recovery will be quick, my guy. Get you back to full health. Let me get to these super chats real quick. Shout out to my guy, Big Lou. Thank you for the generous super chat. Oh, boy, hold on. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Woo-wee. He said the correct head coach should do that as an offensive guru. And this is what he was referring to. His other super chat. Shout out to you, my brother. Good afternoon, Ron and the family chat. As a Brooklyn-born brother and New Yorker, we need to stop trying to trade players. We need to run it back and add to the bench, plus work on our rookies and second-year players. Yes, I could agree with that. If we can find the right, all we need is one or two pieces, because that's all we really got money for. But if we get the right one piece, we good, because like I said, the right one piece is good enough to get us to a great point, and then all these other guys can kind of fill in. We still don't know. There's question marks out there, but we got some guys that might work out. All right. So what I was going to say about Mark Williams, would you guys believe me if I told you? Now, don't get me wrong. I understand. At one point, we were looking for another center. We said, we need this guy. This guy.
I hope we're still looking for a center.
No, I think we are. I think the Knicks need another one. Would you believe me if I told you that Mark Williams and Precious Achua's numbers were almost identical?
Except for block shots.
Except for except for blocks. But I was shocked at that, to be honest. I was like, I thought Mark Williams was a step above somebody like Precious. Those numbers are almost identical, bro. And I was like, wow, okay. And I'm not saying that's good or bad. I'm just telling you that.
But Mark Williams was playing limited minutes because he was splitting the time with Nick Richards.
So was
right,
Precious.
and I'm about to say the same thing. By the way, he was underused. He was splitting time. And the difference between him and Precious is this.
Yeah.
Right?
1-6-9, 7-2.
The basket with his arms up.
7-2. And when they traded Nick Williams, his season turned around. He had big games because when the Lakers vetoed the trade, failed, reneged on the trade, he went back. He had some big games, man, because Nick Richards is in Phoenix now.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Yeah.
So once he got that he was the main center, he was putting up numbers, man. He was putting up numbers. Mark Williams is Kentucky product, but I mean, you give us 10 rebounds, 2 block shots. That's all we want. So it's all good.
And then this is the last thing I want to say about this, and I want to get to the coaches that the Knicks were just trying to interview. We talked about sacrifice, right? And would these players that are making this amount of money be prepared to sacrifice? We talked about having guys getting X amount of dollars coming off the bench, but it's all relative because, right, every year money is going up. New CBA agreements been signed. Collective bargaining has improved, and also the TV agreements kicked in. So obviously, we know the salary went up 10% across the board for every team. All this stuff is happening, right? But it's also changing the way in which we pay players and the money. Now, for an average player in the league that just does average stuff, they're making around 20 million, guys. I'm talking Josh Hart money. That's what the average. If you look, we talk about our team, but go around the league and look. I just told you right now, Darius Garland's making 39 million per year. And I'm not saying he's average. I'm just saying, like, all the money has gone up all over the place. Yeah. So it's not that crazy to think of a bench player making around 20 million.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I mean,
you ain't gonna.
Would you pay him over 25 million or whatever, and he's a bench player? I pay him 30 million.
But to my point is that if you're trying to win, you're doing things a little outside of the box because you're trying to win a championship. It's long gone are the days where you can say, because how many people can say that? You don't have that anymore. And plus things have changed. It hasn't been a successful model for a lot of teams that try to follow it. So you can't really say, hey, I got Dwayne Wade, LeBron James, and Chris Bosh, and I'm going to pay like 3 or 4 million to all of these guys, Chris Anderson, all these guys. Ray Allen's going to get like 10 or 12, and this guy's going to get this, and Mike Miller, and these guys are just going to come in and they're just going to play. It's not easy to do that anymore. The money has gone up. The second apron, and these aprons have been put in place to stop teams from doing this. And, as we see, the model doesn't always work because the Brooklyn Nets tried to do it and they didn't win a championship. It didn't work for them. So we got to look at it and think a little bit outside of the box. The other thing I wanted to say, these are the last two things about this, and I want to get to the coaching stuff, is with regards to Mikal Bridges, you say, well, I mean, we need Mikal Bridges out there. How are we going to have Mikal Bridges coming off the bench? First off, Mikal Bridges coming off the bench doesn't change anything. He's going to still play around 30-plus minutes. He's going to be out there with the starters as well as with the bench. But if you take Mikal Bridges out of the starting lineup where he doesn't have to be the third or fourth option with Brunson, OG, and Cat, and put him on the bench and say, you know what? The bench runs through Mikal. Mikal's the offense, guys. Everything goes through Mikal. He can be wherever the hell he wants to be on the court. He don't have to stay in the corners, spacing out for these other guys. And we can get the best out of him. We already talked about, you guys, brought it up, the whole thing about Tibbs underutilizing or not utilizing guys to his strengths. Why not do something outside of the box and say, listen, I know this guy's making this amount of money. I know he's always been a starter. But guess what, Mikal? You buy into this. Not only are you going to help this team win games, I'm going to get you to the All-Star game because your number's going to go up because we're going to put you in situations where you can eat. It's just a thought. Like, why can't we think outside of the box and do something a little different? We're trying to win a championship. Nothing else should matter. Guys should be willing to do. I'm not saying this would happen, but a guy like Jalen Brunson strikes me as I will do whatever it is you need me to do. If you need me to come off the bench, I'd do it. Not that they would. I'm just telling you, he has the mentality that he'll do whatever you need him to do to win a championship. I think they all should think that way. I think the front office should think that way. And I think the Knicks should go out there like this next year, knowing that it's wide open. We should be doing anything possible to win the championship.
Let me ask you a question. If you're Mikal Bridges and I come to you and I say, Mikal, I want you to take less money and I want you to be a bench player. How you think that's going to go over?
If you tell Mikal Bridges, I want you to take less money and I want you to be a bench player and I'm going to get you to the All-Star game for the first time of your career because we're going to give you the opportunities, the looks that you deserve, and we're going to make you the focal point of the bench, I think you got to say it. You got to sell it, man. And another thing to think about, here's another thing to think about, Double A. Remember, Dante DiVincenzo had to make a sacrifice as well. Now, he got traded. But he was prepared. Dante DiVincenzo was a backup player for the Knicks throughout the season. Then when the necessity came up where we got injured players, he had to move to the starting lineup. In the last 2.5 months of the season, he averaged 20 points per game. He shot 39% from three. He shot 45% from the field. And in the last playoff series versus Indiana, he was averaging like 20-plus points. He was cooking Indiana. And he had to come into the next season knowing that Macau was coming here and he was going to the bench again. He was not happy about that, by the way, but he understood that that's what he needed to do for the team to be better. Sometimes you got to do what you got to do to help the team. If you want to get to the next level, like I don't know, what is it in the NBA anymore? Do you want to win a championship? Do you know what it takes to win a championship? Are you willing to do whatever it takes? Or is it still just about calling your own number? Is it not like, it's not like Macau's not going to get paid. He's going to get paid regardless. He's going to get more money than he was making, right? And he might be able to get the max depending on how they finagle it if he does 3 years instead of 4 years. If you're getting money, you're taking care of your family, you're in New York City, you will have a chance to bring a championship to the Garden, to the New York City fans, and be planted in history forever. You're good anywhere you go. You've done something that people couldn't do for 50 plus years. You don't think that's worth doing whatever it takes? And you could still benefit from it because we're going to make you a focal point of that bench unit, and you don't have to stay in the corner in the starting lineup anymore. Now you can move around and do what you want to do. Come on, man. How better can I sell this?
I also think that Devo would have did that. I think Devo did that too. No problem.
Yeah. But Bridges, you get an underhand deal and go back home to Philadelphia and get the max. Be the man.
If you want to go to Philadelphia and deal with what they got going on over there,
trade Bridges for Maxey.
I mean,
I thought that's what you were gonna say, to get the Maxey. That's what
I mean. Listen, I mean, look, if we could if we could trade Bridges for Maxey, I'm doing that in a heartbeat. But once again, why would Philadelphia do that? Why would Philadelphia do that when they can build a young guy?
Bridges is a homegrown
that they passed on.
And he's a two-way player, and his mom works for the organization.
Yeah, but then that, you know, look, it is very fun being a 2K coach and doing this, but there's no way in good God's name that they're gonna get rid of Maxey for just Bridges. I'm telling you right off the top.
So Anthony D said, Ron, replay what you said 5 minutes ago about Cat and Brunson making life easier for everybody else. And then he said, why can't Bridges' life be easier in that equation? The problem is you got Bridges and OG. If you had one of them, it worked.
Thank you.
But you got both of them, and they both play the same position. That is the problem.
So you should take one of those assets and turn it into something that we need. You trade from your abundance. This is what I'm talking about. You trade from your strength, not your weakness, right? We need another center, and we need somebody to play along side of Brunson that could take some ball handling things off of him, a quality type player. And you know what I'm saying? And Bridges is just a luxury right now that we're going to try to fit into our program. And you're right. The reason why he don't look right is because now OG, he wants his touches, man. Rightfully so. OG don't want to be like a 9-shot a game guy no more. And he shouldn't be making $40 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now you got Cat, who's offensive-minded, Brunson, who's offensive-minded. You got OG, who wants to be offensive-minded. So where does that leave Bridges? I mean, it's kind of unfair to want him to score over 16 points a game when that's been his career average. And with the Knicks, you're going to get a certain amount of touches. Yeah, one game you might get more touches than another because of foul trouble or whatever. But for the most part, Cat and Bridges are going to be taking most of the shots. OG wants to get his. So what does that leave Bridges to become a 20-point scorer where people want him to be? Our whole thing is defense, right? That was the main thing he was brought here, to lock people down.
I mean, and he'd still be able to do that off the bench.
Ryan,
you guys know that bench players play with the starters, right? You guys know it's not just
Ryan. That's $55 million off the bench.
It don't matter.
That's half of our cap.
You know how much is in the starting lineup, even without him in the starting lineup? Cat's gonna make like 60.
Yeah,
Brunson, you know what I mean. You know how much is already. OG's making 40. You know how much is in the starting lineup already.
130 with
He's saying
Brunson.
whatever it
Money
takes to
shouldn't be
win
the
a
issue.
championship, whatever it takes.
The money shouldn't be an issue, just like the 5 pick shouldn't be an issue. It's all about what the guys are actually doing out there in the court. You guys want to talk about how this might impact and affect Bridges? You guys understand that because the Knicks are all about this 5-out thing and trying to get spacing and create open lanes for guys to drive to the basket as well as keep shooters on the perimeter, Bridges is stuck in the corners in this lineup. With the Nets, he was a focal point of the offense. He was the number 1, or if not, sometimes maybe number 2, depending on what they did, but he was basically the number 1 option. He could do whatever he wanted and go wherever he wanted on the court. It's a big difference. You wonder why his field goal percentage went down, why his 3-point shooting went down. So some people will say, oh, his field goal shooting went down because he's no longer the focal point. He's getting less shots, so he doesn't score as much. No. We're talking about percentage. See, this is how I got you. Field goal percentage is how you're hitting the shots. His field goal percentage went down, and his 3-point percentage went down as well. That is about how he's moving out there on the court. His looks are different. He has to get used to. We also know his shot was broken to start the season. That was crazy, but he fixed it. He fixed it actually pretty quickly. And we were all like, this is going to be a nightmare. He
would fall every time. He would fall every time he shot.
It was wild. So,
this might be the perfect lead in to your next topic, which is the coaching, because I think that's what's going to make the difference.
I hear you. And
I think that's going to make a big difference in a lot of our players.
Shout out to
Danny Ainge ain't doing nothing with us. You're right.
Shout out to Chef NYK in the building. What up, Chef? Good to see you. Some of that salary will be cut. No way we keep this whole team with how high our cap is. Yeah, I mean, we might do it for one more year, but after that, stuff is going to get moved around. Shout out to Miguel P in the building. What up, Miguel? Thank you for being a member of the SKF Army. I know you're shouting out Corey, and I am too. Shout out to Corey Lee. Shout out to the OG With. What up, brother? Appreciate you, my guy. Yeah. Salute, Corey. Good to see you. All right. Now let's get into this coaching stuff real quick, guys. Oh boy. Okay. So as I mentioned earlier,
Mike Brown. We already talked about Mike Brown.
But right now, today, I want to talk about these two guys. So first off, we already know the Knicks have already interviewed Micah Nori, assistant coach of the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they're supposedly going to be interviewing James Borrego, the assistant coach of New Orleans Pelicans and the former head coach of the Charlotte Hornets this weekend. Let's take a look at Micah Nori. Now, keep in mind, Micah Nori is an assistant coach. I don't have a lot of information to go on. And even looking through strengths and weaknesses and different things, there's just not a lot to go on about him. So bear with me. This is what we got on Micah Nori. If you guys know something else in the chat, by all means, you're welcome to put that in there. The good. He is known for in-game management, right? He creates creative lineups and has good rotations. He has fantastic relationship with the players. The players, no matter what player you can think of, they all love Micah Nori, right? The media loves him, which helps with the coverage because he's such a media darling. He's fun. He's witty. You know, he makes these great halftime when they interview him about the team, he comes up with these names and titles. He makes it real fun and interesting. He apparently has some great one-liners. And they really love that, which helps their coverage because if the media likes you, they will be more favorable in how they look at your team and what they write about. Believe me, because you're giving them what they need. They want the sound bites. Just saying. 16 years as an NBA assistant coach. 16 years. But you know, that's a long time. And he's been with different teams, not one team. So it's been different teams. He's got a lot of experience as an assistant. But, you know, always a bridesmaid, never a bride. Yeah. The bad. Lack of head coaching experience. I mean, all of these years, 16 years in the league, never a head coach. He has been up for head coaching jobs, and he hasn't got the jobs, right? Questions about his play calling on the offensive end. He is really good at knowing how to in-game management to switch things up. He has called plays for the defense and for the offense, but the Minnesota Timberwolves have not ranked in the top in offensive categories in years. And this past year, they weren't in the top in the offensive categories. So they question some of his X's and O's with regards to that. Even though Minnesota has shown they've won games, they made it to the playoffs, whatever. But as far as statistically, they haven't really ranked at the top in those categories. As I said, he's got a fun personality, but is he serious enough for head coach? Because like I said, when I tell you, he's probably one of the most fun coaches in the NBA. He really is. What he says, he's hilarious. Is he prepared to hold players accountable? I already said he has a great relationship with players. They love him. Anthony Edwards calls him a genius. But can he go to Anthony Edwards? Yo, listen, you're messing up out here. We need you to do this. You don't like it, you're going to have to go to the bench. Can he do that with Anthony Edwards? Don't know. That's the type of question you want to ask with a Micah Nori. So, yeah. What do you guys think about Micah Nori?
I don't. We don't need that. We don't need Adam Sandler.
All right. Well, I do know about the dude. Having a fantastic relationship is important. It's very important. I think that is probably one of the reasons why Tibbs is not here. Right? The relationship was shot. Even from the beginning, I could see that most of the rookies probably would never, you're not going to play me. You're not even going to try to help me out on this. I don't get no burn. They already lost him. He lost the ear. Somebody who's not a player's coach loses the ear of the player very quickly. Now, that's different than acquiescing to every little thing that a player is asking of you and just doing it, especially to a star or someone who's not putting their full effort out. But if he could figure out how to put a combination on the funny twist, and he'll be a star. The way he talks, he would be taken very, very he would be accepted very well by the New York media, because the media would eat up the liners and the funny and all that other stuff. But we don't necessarily need funny. We need championships. So if that doesn't equal each other, then there's nothing funny about that. And I think it's an interesting thought. I also wonder why he never got the chance after 15 years and doing many interviews. Maybe he completely stinks at the interview process, or maybe he goes in there and he just tries to be funny. I don't know. Who knows? But I would like to see him on the bench in some sort of capacity on our team. Doesn't necessarily mean head coach. Could he sit behind Jay Kidd and do what he did for, what was that, Minnesota, the last one, right? Can he do that? That would be good. I'd take that. I don't know about you. But I wouldn't say that that's a name. When Tom Thibodeau was brought in, it was a name, a household name already. It was a name that we've been waiting for. Our team had stunk. Our team had fell apart. We went through a bevy of ridiculous coaches within a handful of time. And finally, we got a name of a guy who had won not only in one place, I'm talking about games and consistent playoffs appearances, but then also in Chicago, right? So he had done this, and that was a big name. I don't know if New York itself is more of a name guy than it is of a guy that they're willing to try out, who never did it.
Well, and I will say that at the time, the Knicks needed a name guy. The Knicks
they needed a name guy then
with the coaches. I don't think the Knicks need a name guy now. The problem is, like at that time, like I said, the Knicks had so much inconsistency with coaches, and we couldn't draw players. Okay, guess what? The Knicks have players now. We've got OG. We've got Macau. We've got Cat. We've got Brunson. We don't need to worry about drawing people. We don't need to have a name here. The Knicks need results. The Knicks need a coach that the players can believe in, and they will go through a wall and also show out for. That's what we need. If the Knicks go out now, no matter who the coach is, and they just go out there and play ball, and they look like something special, like, oh, whoa, this Knicks team is energized. Look at how they're playing. They're up and down. They're moving the ball. They're believing in each other. They're a tough team to beat. That is what people will look at now. We've already got players, so now they say, okay, oh wow, the Knicks got it going. I wouldn't mind going over there. It don't matter about the name anymore. We've already got, because remember when Tibbs came here, this is after years and years of having guys like Clee Anthony Early and all those other. We had years of that stuff. So yeah, now we good. I don't think we need a name. Now I will say that I think you're right, Jay. Micah Nori, I don't think I would make him. I like what he's done, but after following up and looking into him a little bit more, I would rather have him, like, he's the type of guy to me you promote from within. I would rather have him as an assistant coach on the team, and if we needed another coach and he was already here, fine.
And he moves up.
But I think he can really be good to assist someone else, like a Johnny Bryant or someone else who doesn't have head coaching experience, or that's limited head coaching experience that needs a solid bench of assistant coaches. Micah Nori is great at that. And can you imagine, for the same reasons we talked about are his pluses, imagine the Knicks having halftime things and Micah Nori goes and speaks out and throws his one-liners out there. It's nice in that regard. But as the head coach, I'm not sold on it yet. Did you have anything else you wanted to say about that double A, or you're good?
Well, look, I don't know. I don't understand what the obsession is with Jason Kidd, okay? Because if you look at it, his style of offense is basically Tibbs style, ISO. He runs a lot of ISO. Mm-hmm. I don't know if it's because of the players he had, Kyrie Irving and Luka for half a season, but he runs a lot of heavy ISO. And then, the elephant in the room, he's the coach of the Dallas Mavericks. He was just photographed with their number one pick. He was in the press conference. They say he's preparing for the season, for Summer League. So why are we sweating this dude? You know what I mean? I think we should move on. I really think that we should move on, and I think they need to make a decision soon. This guy, Nori, I mean, why would he come over here for a lateral move? More money? Why would he come to the Knicks to be assistant coach and not head coach?
Well,
more money?
Maybe he feels like the coach that they have in Minnesota is not going to lose his job anytime soon. Like, they've got a good coach over there. And so, here, when there's a question mark, like, we're going to get a new coach for the first time in over 5 years, maybe he says that may not work out. So it's a chance. Plus, it's the New York market. It's a different look. He's coming from Minnesota. Sometimes that's sexy, that's attractive to somebody. So there's a reason why he might consider it. It may not even be the money. It's just the difference. Like, if you live in Minnesota every day, coming from Minnesota to New York, we already know the difference there. So that might be something attractive to him. We never know. And if he already has a big personality, think of how that personality translates to the New York market. The media
That's what I'm saying. He would win that over.
So,
but you're 100% right. If we're down by 12 and he's asked the question, hey, what do you think about the game? And he hits you with like a really dope joke. I don't think that, or like some fun one-liner. I don't know how long that would last.
And
that party might last only like a month. You know what I mean?
I would hope he knows how to temper his jokes, because that's not when we want to hear it. But the other thing to what you were saying, Double A, the reason why the Jason Kidd thing is not going anywhere is because we don't know how Jason Kidd feels about his situation over there. He's going to be professional now because he's learned how to be a professional head coach. As a player, Jason Kidd was a little wild at points, but he's grown up a lot over the years, became much better as a player as far as learning how to take his game to the next level. And I say that because how you talk about a guy who's a Hall of Famer, who was a triple-double magnet in college, came into the league, was fantastic. How do you tell him that he took his game to the next level? Because Jason Kidd wasn't a good three-point shooter. And then he worked and became one of the best three-point shooters in the league. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he got out of all of the dumbness that followed him as a young guy, chasing women and all the other stuff. You guys Google Jason Kidd, you'll find out all the stories. Jason Kidd was a wild one. right? He grew up from all that, became a better, smarter player, then got into coaching, made some funny, wild stuff as a coach. And now he's actually a respected coach who understands and takes the game very seriously. But let's not forget, management has done some wild stuff over there with the Luka trade. He has already lost, I think, one or two of his assistant coaches, and it was a chance that he might lose a third, something like that. And so he's got all this influx stuff going around. The Knicks have mentioned his name. He was one of the first people the Knicks mentioned. All the other guys the Knicks mentioned that were coaches that are apparently good and the team doesn't want to allow the Knicks to talk to them got extensions. Jason Kidd didn't get no extension. So there's reasons for Jason Kidd to be upset.
Because he just got one. That's why.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, Anthony D.
Jason Kidd just got an extension from Dallas. That's why he didn't get one.
To that too. That's funny.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was prior to, but he was up. He can be up for another one, is what I'm saying. Like, these extensions based on what you're doing, and if you want to keep somebody happy here, who's the culture of your team, and you're making all these changes, like, could Dallas be a really good team next year? Yes, if everybody's healthy, but you got Kyrie coming back from an Achilles. I don't even know if he's going to be good enough to play. And if he does play, it'll probably be the last month of the season, something like that. You got Anthony Davis coming back. And when he comes back, he might be out again. Who knows? You got Cooper Flag coming in, but we don't know what we're doing over there yet because we got to figure out who our players are. And he's lost an assistant or two. I think he might have lost two assistant coaches. This is how he runs his team. And these are two of his guys. And all of this is happening. And then he sees New York is coveting him. And New York is a lot more stable than what Dallas looks like right now.
But it's not even up to Kidd either because he's under contract.
Yeah, but it is because Kidd can say, I don't want to be here anymore. You guys have took away my coaches left. You traded one of my best players. Kidd hasn't done that. He's been on the up and up. But a coach can say, look, I want to be out of here. I've done everything you wanted me to do. Get me out of here. And then the Knicks have to trade for him.
But they don't really have to. Though.
They don't have to, but it can.
And then if he doesn't do his job, they can take away his money.
That's fine. But does Dallas want more bad publicity?
I know, but I mean,
well, I know that general managers don't want any more bad.
No. But I'm saying, Ron, I don't think Jason Kidd is that much of a game changer over, say, Jenkins, that we should be putting all our chips in that and letting all these things like the Mark Williams signing and trade and things like go wayside because you're just waiting on these two things, Jason Kidd and Giannis. You know, we can't do this.
I will say, do I know that Jason Kidd is the right pick for the job? I don't know. Jason Kidd does run a lot of ISO style ball like Tibbs ran. It's just true. That's something to think about. And we're talking about the Knicks need a little bit more ball movement and need to change things up to get other guys involved, especially when you got so much talent on the court. So would Jason Kidd be the right fit? Don't know. Is Jason Kidd now highly respected in the league? Do a lot of guys like Jason Kidd and want to come play for him? Yeah. I mean, Jalen Brunson is one of them. He loves Jason Kidd. So and so does Giannis, apparently.
Guy, right?
I'm sorry. What'd you say, Jay?
Jenkins is the Memphis dude,
Jenkins is the former Memphis guy. Yeah.
Okay. Can I just say something real quick? I got to take care of something. I got to take. Maybe I'll come back in like a few minutes. I just want to throw his name in the hat for me, really quick. I want to kind of jump this really quick. Nori, I'm not gonna jump anywhere too far. I promise you. If Nori, I like Nori. I'm not gonna do it in the grade. If I like Nori on the bench, I like exactly what we talked about. If you've been passed up, he was even passed up by another assistant coach. So I don't. I can see him on the bench. I can see him handling the interviews. I can see him doing all that other stuff. And then keeping the locker room in a good spirit, the whole thing. All right, it's only 12 guys. We got this. Come on. Put on your better shoes. Those shoes ain't working. They obviously ain't working, and that type of lively stuff. Jenkins handled a team that was out of control. And JJ, I hear you on that. And he's all right. Capone was better, but all jokes aside, I like Jenkins for this reason, because I'm not going to be able to hear. He handled injuries. He handled like
controversy,
off the court crap. He handled personalities, right? So that leads me to believe that he could handle New York. And we got to remember, the one thing is not can you handle the team, and not can you coach a good team, or how great are your X and O's or the ISO. When you are in front of that New York media every single day, we've seen it with all our years put together, break people, break them. And if you got a guy that took what John Morant was doing, and that kills me, because I always thought John Morant was going to be the face of the league. Like the way he played, that killed me. So I like the guy, and I like a Nori on the back, you know. And if you want to put Capone with Nori, with Capone, then I'll be all right with that too.
That's not bad. I mean, he's gonna. Honestly, listen. If I'm, and this is what I assume, unless they got jobs, if Taylor Jenkins becomes the Knicks head coach, every assistant coach that Memphis made him get rid of is all coming to the Knicks. All of those dudes. And I wanted to say that real quick. Someone said it in the chat about Wolverines. You said, he got fired. No thanks. Listen, every head coach is going to get fired at one time, and not every fit works for the head coach. But Jenkins was kind of sabotaged. Jenkins was kind of sabotaged. He had They not only did they say we're going to fire all of your assistant coaches, they fired all of his assistant coaches and made him do it. And then they brought in the coach that they wanted to replace him and made him the assistant coach under Jenkins until they were ready, until he understood the system enough, and then
get rid of him
and put him as the next head coach.
It's like teaching the guy who's about to replace you at your job,
right.
Like at any job, like say that you're a CEO or some whatever, and they're like, no, this young kid is on fire. I think we're going to put him there, but why don't we put him next to you for a little while? Right off the top that you're about to teach that young man exactly what you're going to do, so you could get the gift basket and say.
And another thing, Jay. And another thing, Jay, about Jenkins I like is his experience in developing young players. He developed JJ, Triple J. He developed Morant, Bain, Brooks. You know what I mean? He's seen young players and made them into starters and contributors. So that's interesting to me, and something that we need, somebody that's going to come in and see what they can make out of Akaporti and Kodlek, Pacome, and see. And that's what we've been asking for, really. We haven't been asking these guys to be force-fed on a coach. We just been asking for us to find out whether they're good or they're not, whether they're going to help or they're not, whether they should, take up roster spots or not. Because what's the use of having somebody taking up a roster spot if he's not going to play? And that's been my statement last year. If Rose figures that you are worthy to have a New York Knicks jersey on, then you should be worthy of minutes and play, right?
Right.
You should be worthy of at least a look to see if you can contribute. So that's another attractive thing with Jenkins. He's not afraid of that.
All right. And so let's move on, because we got one more coach to talk about real quick. And so before I pull up his information,
players better too. Sorry.
No, you're good. before I pull up his information, shout out to those in the chat. D Nice, salute to you. He was like, Tibbs was fired twice. I know somebody else said that in the chat too. Very true. Nick Jr.'s in the building. Salute to you. Miguel P's in the building. Chris Gotti's in the building. Stream Elements. Thank you. Shout out to Z. I could keep going because it apparently never stops. Shout out to you. Thank you for being here. And speaking of people subscribing and hitting that like button, guys, we got over 258 people watching.
Let's get that up. 300 at least. Let's go.
Shout out to everybody. But guess where the likes are, guys? We had 65 likes. What we doing?
That's not
that
like button, baby.
You got do you have a cricket button? You got a cricket noise?
I think I might. Yeah.
Come on, guys. We got a whole bunch, man. Put them likes up. Ron does this for all of us.
Hit the like button, guys, if you haven't already. So some people were saying stuff talking about Borrego in the chat. First off, that is correct. Borrego was a head coach. He coached in Charlotte for 4 years, right? And then, you know, someone also said that, well, he didn't do a great job. Well, guys, listen, you guys know who the Charlotte Hornets is, right? You know what type of players they got in Charlotte. Do you know what type of players they've had in Charlotte over the years? You guys know that at some point, and I'm not saying Borrego was he was the coach with him, but I'm not saying for all of that time. You guys also know that one of the big things with the Charlotte team was Michael Jordan was running it, and he couldn't put together a competent roster, right? He had a lot of issues trying to find players that would implement things in the way he thought the game should be played. It's so hard when you look at yourself as what you are and the teams you were on and trying to recreate that, but you're not out there. They don't got Jordan with them. So he made a lot of mistakes over the years. Then he got to a point where he started to step away a little bit. He had other guys helping to make the picks, and they started to get talent. But their talent was very one-sided. They got a lot of offensive talent, not a lot of defensive talent.
And often injured offensive talent.
Often injured too. That also. So you got injured. So this is the issues with the Charlotte Hornets over the years. Injuries, top heavy offensive talent, not a lot of defensive talent, a lot of youth, a lot of young guys. And then the whole thing about the Knicks trying to find guys who have good personalities and stuff. Charlotte went the opposite way. They were going for the best possible talent, no matter what your personality was. And they brought in a lot of questionable young people who are firecrackers. And so that had a lot of impact on the team. Guys got into their own issues, off the court stuff. And it's not one guy. It's not two guys. It's not three guys. 4 guys got into off the court stuff in Charlotte. 5 guys, sorry. And I'm not talking about the burger place. 5 guys got into issues off the court. That's a lot to deal with. And if you wonder why a team can't consistently be good and win, look at all the off the court stuff. Can you imagine on the court? And then imagine those guys. Imagine James Borrego trying to tell these guys, this is what I need you to do. And these guys don't care about nothing. That's a big issue. So, but that being said, let's bring up James Borrego and look at him real quick. Okay, let me remove this because it's in the way. Apologize. The first Latino head coach in the NBA ever in the 71, 72 years. They never had an NBA head coach that was Latino. He was the first. 2 NBA championships as an assistant coach with San Antonio. Charlotte, under Borrego, had the 6th best offensive rating in NBA in 2022. He runs a Popovich-style offense/defense. He gets the best out of NBA guards, motion offense, constant movement from guards. Now, the 2 things about the guard thing. One is all the guards that played under Borrego had their best years under Borrego. And of course, some of them you might say, well, they never played anywhere else, but they improved under Borrego. Some of them had other coaches before Borrego or another coach, but under Borrego, he got the best. Apparently, he's very good at cultivating guards, right? So that's a little different. We know Johnny Bryant is good at working with guards as well, but he's been an assistant coach, never a head coach. We're talking about somebody in Borrego who is good at working with guards, and he was under Greg Popovich for 10 years. Just think about that. The bad: lack of weapons to execute his defensive strategy. How can he really go out there and tell guys, this is the type of defense I want to run? And you got guys that don't play defense well. Even his bigs at the time were what the hell is that guy? One of the brothers. Man, I always forget his name.
Lopez.
No. The other brothers. I think they were from Duke or North Carolina. What is his name? Hold on, I'm gonna have to Google it real quick. Sorry, guys. I gotta make sure I'm saying what I'm saying. You know what I mean? Charlotte.
Right, center.
Yeah, center. I know you guys will probably know it in the chat, but you know. What was that 2022 roster? Mason Plumlee. His bigs was Mason Plumlee, Montrezl Harrell, and Nick Richards. Now, Nick Richards is a decent defensive player. He's okay. He's not bad. He's more of a double-double offensive guy. But as far as defense, those were his bigs. So what he had to do was constantly rotate on the offensive end his guards and make sets for his guards to do help defense to make up for the fact that he didn't have great defensive bigs. So what he did was he constantly had the guards moving on switching to help on the perimeter and stuff. So that's how he tried to make it work. But this is what I'm talking about, like as far as not having a team that can really do much to win a lot in the NBA. A lot of question marks. Kai Jones was on his team. Kai Jones, I mean, did we not know all the stuff that was going on with Kai Jones? Gordon Hayward is a very good player that he had, but he also got Gordon Hayward at the end of his career. A couple years later, Gordon Hayward is out of the league. He's retired, right? You got Miles Bridges. Do we not know what Miles Bridges was dealing with during that time? Mm-hmm. You got James Bouknight. James Bouknight apparently was not happy with Borrego. Didn't like the fact that he wasn't getting played. Where's James Bouknight right now, guys? Do you know if he's even in the NBA? Because I could tell you right now, he's not. And Bouknight was supposed to be a bucket, but Bouknight had issues. He couldn't get out of his own head. Then you got JT Thor, who was upset with Borrego for not getting playing time. What has JT Thor done in this league? You know, so this is the type of stuff he was dealing with. And all that being said, guess what? The one other person that had an issue with Borrego towards the end was LaMelo Ball. You guys know how LaMelo Ball has improved every year in the league under Borrego. Yet he made a comment. He said, if they give me the keys, that I could really take my game to the next level. LaMelo already got better. LaMelo got better under Borrego. Terry Rozier got better under Borrego, which allowed Miami to trade for him, thinking he was going to be a big piece of their team because that's how good he looked at Charlotte. And another one of their guards, which I can't remember his name right now, was there, and he got better under Borrego as well. Hold on. Just give me a second, guys, because I want to make sure I bring up his name. What is his name? Shoot. I put the wrong thing. I put 2000 instead of 2020. Oops. My apologies. 1 second. Hold on. His name was Devontae Graham. You guys remember how Devontae Graham came from the G League and then all of a sudden he blew up and had a hell of a season. He was cooking. Guess who was developing him and running plays for him? Borrego. So Borrego knows how to make guards better. Just wanted to put that out there. All right. Now back to him. The bat.
Don't want him.
Hold on. Prioritizing offense over defense. Because he didn't have the defensive players, he had to prioritize offense because he couldn't play good enough defense to stop teams with the personnel he had. Inconsistent rotations. This goes back to the same thing. Certain guys were not getting played because he felt that they couldn't add value to the team. Underutilizing forwards and centers. And those forwards and centers are the same guys I named to you, Mason Plumlee, Montrezl Harrell. Montrezl Harrell wasn't happy because he didn't feel like he was getting utilized. You're going to get utilized if you play. We're talking about Montrezl Harrell, guys. Look at Montrezl Harrell's numbers. You tell me, was there a star in the making there? You tell me. And then the interpersonal relationships with some players, those are the guys like I'm talking about, the Montrezl Harrells, the other guy that I mentioned that wasn't getting playing time, and running into the issue with LaMelo, trying to call him out. Listen, I don't know what you guys think about LaMelo Ball. Is he a fantastic player? Yes. But he has a weird mindset. He says some really stupid things at times, and he also said Nas wasn't a good rapper. I mean, what are we talking about here? That enough is just that tells me all I need to know. But whatever. So let me get this off the screen. Let me switch to my oh wait, hold on. Let me stay here. I'll just switch this. There we go. So Double A says doesn't want him. Go ahead.
You know why?
We're
in a unique situation. We were an Eastern Conference finalists. Okay. It might be a reason that he didn't perform because of extenuating situations, like the players were not up to stuff and this and that. But the position we in, somebody like Jenkins, who has taken a team in the tough Western Conference to consecutive playoff appearances. Okay, and like Jay Chosen said, not only that, he's maneuvered through controversy. He's maneuvered through his best player being suspended for the whole year. He maneuvered through having really childish people on his team like Brooks and Bain and stuff, like some of the things that they were doing on Memphis Grizzlies, man. So you would think, what would this guy do with some mature type players like Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns and OG Anunoby, where he doesn't have to do the babysitting? Because he did all that, went through all that, and won. He won. Borrego didn't win. For whatever reason, he still didn't win. He lost his job. And this is not where the New York Knicks are not in a rebuilding stage that we can hope to bring in a coach who proves that he belongs. If you know what I mean, Ron, we need a coach who's a winner, who can take us to the next step, because that was the whole thing of firing Tibbs, is get to the next step. And I don't think Borrego has enough track record or anything to prove that he can be that guy. Jenkins does.
Well, I agree. I mean, I like Taylor Jenkins, but for the same reasons you said it could work for Taylor Jenkins, why can't it work for Borrego?
Because he hasn't proved it. He hasn't proved he could win.
Look at
what I'm saying is maybe he didn't win because he didn't have the players he needed.
He absolutely didn't have
to win. Okay, but the position we in, we're not. We can't do a crapshoot. You know what I mean?
Well, hold on, Double A. In the year that he got fired, Borrego's last year, Charlotte went 43-39 with that team.
That's only 4 games over 500, bro.
But look at
that's not going to do it.
Compare that team to Memphis. Look at the players that Taylor Jenkins had in Memphis, and then also look at the
rookies. Taylor Jenkins had all rookies.
But he
had all rookies.
He also had Jaren Jackson Jr., the defensive player of the year.
But he was a rookie, though. Third-year player he became. But he developed under Jenkins.
He also had Desmond Bain.
He developed under Jenkins.
And he had John Morant.
He developed under Jenkins. These were all guys that came and played under Jenkins as rookies, and he turned them into the player starters, productive starters that
Well, I mean,
got to the playoffs.
they would have been starters anyway. But I hear you. I mean, that's they developed under Jenkins. But
Right.
I already said that all of the players that I did mention, which primarily were guards, all had great seasons under Borrego. Problem is, Borrego just didn't have enough core pieces that played defense or even cared enough about defense to really take the team to the next level.
And what I'm thinking about is he's more of a guard whisperer, like Johnny Bryant, where he's excellent at guards. It might have even been his job under Popovich to run the guards.
Could have been.
You know, that's why he's good at it. But look, part of the problem we got rid of the Tibbs is his usage of our forwards and our centers. So what about that?
But that's because he didn't have forwards that he felt that he could really get stuff out of on the team.
That's what we're thinking. That's what we're thinking.
No, that's what it was. That's what I mean. I read some Charlotte publication stuff too. People who follow him in the Charlotte Observer and stuff. What people that follow him as a coach, and that was apparently the issues that was taking place over there, which kind of allowed some of the players to feel a certain way because they were those guys that he fell out of favor with because they weren't doing enough to do what he wanted them to do out there. So one more thing.
What I'm saying is he's a question mark, right?
Okay, and I understand, but what the reason why I'm saying this because I'm playing devil's advocate. I already said James Borrego is my guy. Okay, my guy for my own reasons. That doesn't mean you have to believe that. I'm playing devil's advocate because you like Johnny Bryant, don't you?
I like Johnny Bryant, but I like Jenkins better.
No,
I think he's a person.
No, but why don't you like Johnny Bryant as the coach?
His experience.
Right. But now you got Johnny Bryant is James Borrego with experience.
Excuse me?
I said say Johnny Bryant is James Borrego with experience.
No.
But he is. He's been a head coach. He was a head coach for 4 years.
I know, but he still hasn't proven it. He still hasn't proven it. We don't need somebody that could be a good coach with the right pieces. We need somebody that is a good coach already and can take us from the Eastern Conference, being an Eastern Conference finalist, to NBA championship finalist. And in that case, we need somebody with a proven record to show he can win consistently. He can consistently take his team to the playoffs. Not only that,
what up, coach?
That he developed players along the way. Not only did he win, but he developed along the way. So this is what I think the whole reason for firing Tibbs was that's what they want. They want somebody that not only will take us to the next level, but will incorporate using youth and using more players in the lineup. That's what I'm thinking. So that's why Borrego doesn't do it for me, Ron. I'm sorry.
Well, the other thing too is Borrego also holds his players accountable. One of the other issues, because we had last week's show was 7 hours. Coach was there. We had a long, lengthy conversation about Taylor Jenkins and if he is the type that will hold his players accountable, considering all the stuff that was taking place in Memphis with Ja and other players. Is he the type to hold players accountable? The players like him to a certain extent, but apparently Ja may not have loved them towards the end. And this is probably why some people say that's why he's out of there. I don't know.
But you figure Jenkins, what he was dealing with. I'm sorry, Coach. My last point. What he was dealing with was immaturity, bro. Immaturity. Exactly. I don't care who you got, bro. They're gonna act up. I don't care if George Washington is your coach. You're gonna act up. You're gonna act up. And unfortunately, Brooks, Morant, they've proved that what their attitude is, bro. And they've gotten, Brooks went to a different team, same thing. You know what I mean? This is just these people's personality, and you could do so much as a coach, you know what I mean, to form somebody's personality. That's why I'm saying a veteran team like the Knicks, a young veteran team like the Knicks would be perfect. Now, if you can do that with all that going on, that turmoil going on, and you can take your team deep into the playoffs in the Western Conference, that's showing me something. That's showing me something Borrego is not showing me.
Okay. I mean, I respect your opinion. I hear you. I feel like they're both in similar situations. I feel like they both got handed raw deals, and they both will probably be successful coaches in the right system with the right style of players.
But Jenkins is already a successful 50-win coach. That's the difference.
Right. But the whole thing, how we talk about how there's coaches out there and you're like, man, where did they find this coach? Where did OKC find his coach and give him that opportunity? What if Borrego is that coach and he goes somewhere else and we're like, wow, how did they get Borrego? And we're just like, well, you know what? He never really did anything with Charlotte, knowing that Charlotte didn't have great personnel. You give this guy really good personnel.
You got to say he got the job because of Popovich. The same way Budenholzer got it, but Budenholzer wanted a chip. So there's a cause you can make for Budenholzer. Okay, he won the chip. He took Milwaukee to the chip. Now Phoenix, it's dysfunctional. So I don't know what happened over there in Phoenix.
But
Budenholzer showed that he was a good coach. He showed he won. You know what I mean? And that's the whole difference between Borrego and Jenkins. Jenkins
to your point, hold on one second, Double A. To your point, wouldn't Budenholzer be the reverse of what you're looking for? Because Budenholzer showed he could win, then he goes to Phoenix and it doesn't work out. And he's got all types of talent.
I didn't say I wanted Budenholzer as coach.
No, that's not my point. My point is, you said Taylor Jenkins has showed he can win the 50 games. At least you can see that he can get. He's playoffs 3 times in the last 5 years that he was coach with Memphis, and I agree with that. But my point is, Budenholzer actually got them to the promised land. They actually won a championship. Then he goes to Phoenix with Beal and Booker and Durant, and they don't do anything
because they're dysfunctional. For the same reason, Harden and Kyrie and KD didn't do it. It's dysfunctional. You can't have 3 alphas on the same team. They don't want to play defense. They just want to score. And then they're part-time players, right? Beal is a part-time player. KD missed 20-some games. So Dort.
What's up?
What's going on, buddy?
So I'm gonna let the other guys get some in, Brian.
Yeah, no, you're good. Okay. No, but I was speaking. I was pro Jenkins last week for saying that, and I had the same reasoning you did, Double A. You're walking in the situation here. You ain't got the personalities and the immaturity and the dumb crap that was happening over there in Memphis. So any coach that walks in, whether they're experienced or new, they're walking into a gold mine. You can't ask for a better job right now. This is one of the best upside jobs in the league. Like, jobs like this don't come available often.
Absolutely.
And they've shown in the league also, I've said this last week too, over the last 11, 12 championships, I mean, now you can say 12 championships. Who the hell was the Thunder coach before he went to the Thunder?
Nobody heard of this guy before this year.
He wasn't a name. Steve Kerr never coached. He won the championship the first year he was there. Tyrone Lue. Yeah, Tyrone Lue won a championship. Got the job mid-season. His first head coaching job. He won the championship. So a lot of guys are so fixated on it's got to be a name. It's got to be an experienced guy. It's got to be a guy that wasn't fired, that didn't have turmoil. A guy that walks in and is a true professional, cares enough about his craft, exhausts all resources, does any and everything he can to make this personnel the best version of this personnel as possible, from roster spot 1 to 15. It'll look at all of them. They're going to succeed because we know the talent we have.
Yep.
So this isn't rocket science.
Hey, Coach, let me add one after that real quick.
Yeah,
also, too, real talk. See, this is this is not even about coaching. This is a very, very serious part that y'all got to deal with the New York media.
Mm-hmm.
You got to relate to these cats because these cats will eat them up. And you got to understand, Leon don't talk. The coach is his voice.
Mm-hmm.
That's that's the one thing as Knicks fans we lost is Tibbs. Tibbs was the voice of the Knicks. Period. At the end of the day, whether you like it, you didn't like him. You know what I'm saying? And that's the one thing he did masterfully to some degree. Not masterfully. I'm stretching it. Pause.
I mean,
He
he was kind of like a
he
Bill
he
Belichick kind of guy in the media. He was like really
a Parcells.
He was gruff.
Like, he didn't say much. He just
Yeah.
He was Parcells. No, not rough. He had enough guile
Kyle's a good word for it.
to say what he had to say. To say what he had to say, get his point across. And if you're not paying attention, you miss the message. Simple. You know, with that said, we need somebody with enough energy to spread it out through all of them. Like, Coach, I'm following up on what you're saying, Coach. Enough energy, and because from what I was listening to the last 30 minutes, you know what I'm saying, you trying to push this young talent out there, Double A. If somebody can get them out there and get them up to speed quick enough, so be it. You know.
But I was meaning
This is
more.
my last thought.
Go ahead, Torres.
No, I'm just saying. I'm trying to get this last little piece of my thought out. Basically, you know, not necessarily no nonsense, friendly, but not no sucker. Period. To hold his players accountable. You know, that's what we need. And you know, there's a lot of coaches' names, stuff like that. You don't like them for whatever personal reason. I could care less. I mean, I really don't have an opinion right now on a head coach. You know, I would like one as soon as possible because in a minute this is gonna be calamity if we don't get one.
Sure.
Real talk. So I'm gonna let this go. Y'all go ahead, gentlemen.
Well, can I just jump in real quick on that one, if y'all don't mind? I just wanted to say, like, look, imagine you go into a time machine 4 years ago, right? You come here on the same panel, you'll tell people the G League Oklahoma coach is going to be winning a ring, bro. I'm not sure, but I'm 95% sure the Knicks G League team is better than the Oklahoma G League team. I'm like pretty sure that that's actually true. And just for me, bro, like, this is not a guy that anybody knew 1 year ago. This is not a guy that anybody had on the radar. This is a top coaching pick. Oh, my God, look what he's doing. But he built up slowly. He built up the right way. He played people on the 10-day contracts, the two-way guys, the late second-round picks. Almost everybody on the team is a late second-round pick, bro. So for me, I'm looking at this whole NBA Finals, let alone this team, as the blueprint. People were saying, like, oh, you're copying. We don't have to copy them. But, for example, you don't want to be becoming slower in an NBA that's becoming faster. You know what I'm saying? You still have your own style. You still have your own unique brand of basketball that you believe in. But you can't be doing the opposite of what the winning trends are. You know what I'm saying? You have to be going in the right direction. You're not copying them. But if they're playing a certain way and it's winning, who are you to say that it's not? You're not going to do it or not going to learn from it. Yeah. You haven't won in 50 years. You know what I'm saying? So obviously, I believe in this team top to bottom. I always did. And I believe that over the last 3 years, even with the pickups we just got, which people could scoff at, that the last 3 years, our bench has gotten better year by year by year. And if we just take the team that we have right now, even forgetting this free agency acquisitions, whatever, maximize every single person 1 through 15, it's impossible in my mind that we don't get to a chip to the final. Impossible, especially with how the East is shaping up. I think we should also consider that some other outlier teams, like maybe the Bulls, the Pistons, people is not really looking at right now, is going to be better this year than last year. I mean, who had the Pistons on their bingo card at the beginning of this year that they're going to be so strong that they were, this year? They really gave us a run for our money, So we should always factor into this. But I think it's an ever-changing NBA, and I think this year, specifically right now, the season transition that we're going to right now is going to be one of the biggest changes we've seen. I said this last week, but I think basketball is becoming more like soccer. in the way that players develop, in the way the teams develop, in the way the coaches utilize the players, and in the way that the talent pool is more international. You have young guys coming out of Europe, 19, 20, that are polished, that have been playing in a pro league with grown men for years and years and years. So we shouldn't be scoffing at these guys because they're a late second-round pick, bro. That's just who won the finals.
Right.
You know?
Yeah,
So,
like to me, and we've seen it with a lot of the Euro guys that have come over. Like, to me, you shouldn't be stepping foot on the professional court and being called a professional when you have still so much developed. Like, some of these guys should already, like, we've actually seen Knicks teams, even last year's Knicks teams, players lacking basic fundamentals of basketball, like basic stuff, like boxing out and just like your footwork and like drop steps and using your
handles,
your handle,
the
like,
whole team can dribble.
and you don't see that with European players because
And there's a big reason for that, Coach. You know why? Because U.S. basically, I think we have been focuses more on the 3-point shot and athleticism.
right.
Forget about traditional values. Like setting picks and things like that. Knowing the game. Most of the young guys coming in are one and done players. They didn't go through the college program and learn systems like that, right? They're coming in based on their athleticism and what they can do well. But to clarify a point for Corey, I think you misunderstood what I said. What I mean about getting these young guys in is this. Summer league and training camp, you should know what you can get out of your young guys. You should know who is going to be able to contribute and not. My whole thing with Tibbs is his thing is right away from the gate. He didn't want you. You know what I mean? If you weren't a top defensive player, whatever, and the thing is, if you look at the Knicks, we had a lot of them in the starting lineup. Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson weren't out of this world defenders. So why do they start? Because of what they can contribute to us otherwise. So the same thing, we should hold our bench to the same standard. Not every player that comes off the bench is going to be a defensive demon, right? But it can contribute some other kind of way. My thing is you got a guy, and getting to what you said, Coach, about stepping on the court as an NBA player, my whole thing is if Leon Rose says you deserve a New York Knicks jersey,
Right.
then you deserve a New York chance to contribute something to this team. And I'm tired of year after year seeing players like Obi Toppin,
stashed on the end of the
his
bench.
brothers, and we don't know what they got, and they're out of here. And the only thing we base our criticism on them is a little bit of garbage time they might get here or there to show something or not show something, or they make a mistake and all of a sudden, we don't have a bench. Tibbs don't play nobody because we ain't got nobody. We don't know because we don't know what they can do. We know they can't play this type of defense, but guess what? Karl Anthony Towns and Jalen Brunson can't play your defense, but they play. So the whole thing is my whole
That's
thing
money
is
in politics, bro. Money in politics.
Get somebody in here that can get what they can out of a player. Okay, you got a New York Knicks jersey on. It's some kind of way that Leon Rose thought that you could help this team.
I got to say, I want to add on to that. He said money in politics, bro. If any of these guys come into the league and play 2 good games in the regular season, you probably double the value you can get from them in a trade. Just 2 decent games from these guys, they can fit in a highlight reel. Some other team is going to look at them and say, wow, look what he did. And now you can get more return on your investment. So as far as money in politics, bro, I don't buy it. In my opinion, I feel like a lot of Knicks fans is star chasing. You need a big 3. You need to get this star, and that's going to win you. Who was the big star on OKC exactly? SGA and who else? Like Hartenstein's not really a star. He's a great player, but he's a star. He's going to dominate every team. He's a great, exceptional role player in his role. He was the backup point 5 here. He was a star here, but you know what I'm saying? Like, these are not like a Michael Jordan. Oh my God. You know what I'm saying? I feel like this old way of like we're star chasing to get this guy and get that guy. We have 2 stars. We have 2 bona fide stars. Maybe not superstars, but they're damn good NBA players that anybody would like to have. The rest of the guys, bro, you need young guys that can run up and down the court, that have their own unique skill sets, so you can maximize them, and that you can win in different ways. Each different game in the finals, for everybody who watched it, they had to win in a different way. There's not two games that they played in the finals that they won, that they played one style OKC basketball to win the finals. Every different game, they had to win in a different way from the Pacers to OKC. And we got to look at that and say, look, first of all, we're not better than these teams. I hate to say it. I believe that we can win, but they got farther than us doing something different. You know what I'm saying? So we got to look at what they're doing and say, look, we could take a page. You can't beat them, join them. Take a page out of their book, see if it takes you further. And we don't have that much farther to go, which that's why I'm saying, to me, it's a guarantee that this team should be in the finals next year if we maximize everyone on our roster.
I agree. I agree.
From the young to the old. And it also takes less pressure off the JB doesn't have to go be JB every night of an 82-game season, bro. It's a lot. Asking a lot of the poor guy.
You can't tell me that the 4 consistent starters this year, the Cat, Brunson, OG, and Bridges, that you can't rotate a 5th guy from the bottom. You can win games with Pacome Dadier starting with that group. You can win games with Deuce start with that group, with McCullough, with Huck Porty. Like, you can give any of the young and other. We watched the games this year. Every time we played another team, we hear the announcer, "Oh, the rookie out of so and so, undrafted." You know, they're teams that are winning. We're playing rookies and young guys. So
he played their rookies more than us this season by a lot.
OKC had like 3 or 4 second rounders on our team that played. Lou Dort is undrafted.
TJ McConnell undrafted.
So
his dad was his coach.
So that's, I mean, look, we think we eliminated that problem now. So I 100% agree with what Ron was saying and what AA reiterated. If Leon Rose believes in somebody enough to bring them into the locker room and put on our bench, then they deserve a look. And look is live action. Get them on the court.
I gotta jump in on this one because people look at Kolek like they just who was there. We had no there was no forethought into it. We paid this guy the most money of any second round pick ever that happens to fit exactly our need for a secondary ball handler off the bench. What, for fun? We gave him the most money ever for no reason. These are things that drive me crazy, bro. He's just sitting we won games with him. It's not like we played him and he lost. We won more games than we lost without him.
And then we have fans that actually were brainwashed and bought into the Tibbs, like, Kolek's going to get bullied around. He can't play defense either. But you know what? He can dime. He probably averages 8, 9 assists a game. Easy.
He currently has a better assist to turnover ratio than Tyrese Halliburton. He currently has one of the best assist to turnover ratios in the NBA.
He barely played in the G League. He steps into a team of guys he's barely played with, and he won MVP of the
Can I also make another point on that? Pascal Siakam, G League champion. Hartenstein, G League champion. People tell us it doesn't matter, yet the people who become G League champions seem to play pretty damn good in the NBA afterwards.
Yeah,
that's a really fair point.
I mean, Big East Player of the Year. I know the Big East isn't the same as it used to be, but
listen, Tyler Kolek is a player that has some really good plus upside, and there's a reason why teams keep asking for him in trade. Oh yeah, you want this guy? Okay, throw in Tyler Kolek. There's a reason why they're asking for Tyler Kolek. They're not. He's not something that you just throw away. So, but let's be fair. With Tibbs as your head coach, does Tyler Kolek become, because of his skill set, does he become what he can be? Maybe not. Does he get exposed in the Tibbs defense? Yes, but that's a Tibbs defense, and we all know our coach will not be Tibbs going forward. So all of this can change. Our style of play can change. Our defensive tactics and principles can change. So maybe Tyler Kolek won't look as bad defensively. Maybe they'll find better ways to disguise him and use him more in a team defensive oriented way. Same thing like for Brunson, same thing for Cat. Maybe in a different system, they won't look as bad because it's all about how you play defense, right? Yeah. You got to have the players, but you can play defense in different ways. So we'll see what it all translates to and what happens for this New York Knicks But I
would say another thing is like, man, people is saying like, oh, it's like a lazy comparison to compare Tyler Kolek to TJ McConnell. It's a pretty damn good comparison. If he could be half of what the guy is, we'd be lucky.
I mean, I know, but listen, I'm going to tell you something right now, and because I did it when he first came into the league.
He's a better shooter.
I know they're different. They're different players. I know.
Yeah, that McConnell is a lot better than we give that young man credit
No,
for.
I'm saying McConnell's
he's good.
amazing.
McConnell's
I'm saying he's an amazing
But
player.
why do we always pick another one? Like when we,
You know how it is, man.
not to make it about race, but whenever we
I know.
describe a player coming in,
I will
that
say
goes
though,
to the player the same race.
even if he was black, they have a similar playing style in some areas.
No, TJ McConnell is a driving guard. He's not really a huge assist guy either, McConnell. And he doesn't shoot that well.
He isn't.
Kolek is a better.
No,
Kolek is a better
well.
shooter.
He shoots great.
I mean, not from three though.
Yeah, not from three. From two, McConnell is a bucket.
Yeah.
But
Well,
from three,
Kolek is a bucket from three, and then on the top
And
of
he can
it,
pass.
he got times. I mean, when Deuce and Brunson were both hurt, and he got forced to play, he had like 9 assists in 9 minutes.
no, Kolek has his attributes and his strengths. McConnell is a really good 2-point shooter. He's a very clutch player, and his defense is highly underrated. He's a very
good pesky defender.
He's a very good.
And what's good about Kolek, if he is
savvy, more so pesky.
Yeah.
If he's underdeveloped as a scorer, he can make other people score with his assists. That's what's great about him.
Right.
I mean,
And
I
that's
just
what
think
you
like
want.
when you see a player like that, bro, the entire other team has to change how they defend when that player's on the court because it makes everybody else a better threat around him. You can't just leave him open, but if you leave someone else open, he's going to get the pass. So the other, you know what I'm saying? But for me, to AA's point, like we see these guys OB, we see these guys Hartenstein, we developed them. They became what they are because they started off on the Knicks, and then we scoffed at them, these bums, let's go chase some other star, whatever, some big name. And look where they ended up at the end of the day. I have to say, like, I don't like that feeling, and I feel like it's almost like the after image. We're chasing these echoes of, oh, we can have Trey Murphy, this 30-year-old guy, this 34-year-old guy. We have better players than that right now. If they get, let's say, 25% better, which I think they can get better, that much better in one season, it's a little bit of an ask, but possible. We will have a better team than how a lot of people are looking at these guys that's already developed and what they are. And it will pay less.
Right.
That's also the thing. Is like
that's true.
It's economically beneficial because, like I said, this Mahamadou Diawari comes into the NBA, has 2 or 3 good games. You're going to have teams asking about him. You will.
But we got to be real. We got to be real, okay, and understand that just the young guys on our team. That my saying they need to get an opportunity is to show whether they're going to be able to do the job or not, contribute or not, so we can move on if they don't. But to think that the guys that we got now are going to be it, you got to give Tibbs some credit that he knows talent, and it's going to be a few of them in there that are not going to cut the mustard.
No,
a couple
they're
of
going to
them.
have bad games.
It's going to be a couple of them that can contribute it in ways where Tibbs really didn't care. He wanted the defense, okay. But to fool ourselves and say all of them are like diamonds in a rough, bro, we fooling ourselves.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
We need to mix it. We need to mix it up. We need to bring some help in, and a little combination of both. You know what I mean, Ron?
I'm making 2 points off that. Is that one, you can develop these guys while winning. We've seen it happen with the champions this year. And that 2, they're going to make mistakes. I'm not even saying that they're instantly going to play and be amazing. But first of all, the level of goodness that they need to achieve for us to be better, we were 2 wins away, folks. 2 wins away. With barely developing our bench, barely playing any of these guys. So the bar for development of these guys is actually very low. If they come in, it could be a +4 in any meaningful game. We're in the finals, literally. Because
I'm trying to hook up with a honey in a club. Am I gonna have a more likely one gonna say yes if I ask none or 6 of them? I mean, that's what it is.
I see what you did.
There you go.
See what you did.
Like what you hope is out of those 5 or 6 rookies we're gonna have on our roster, one of them hits. 2
Exactly.
of them. It's a miracle.
I guarantee you they're going to make dumb mistakes. Forget that they're diamonds in the rough.
Yeah.
I promise you, with money on it, that they will all make dumb mistakes. But even in spite of that, they can make dumb mistakes and even in the same game, learn from it and improve and still be a positive. We saw Obi Toppin come and make a couple foolhardy mistakes in the finals, and then he starts hitting threes out of nowhere. Sometimes you make a couple dumb mistakes before you find your groove. Who cares?
Like, let's all be honest. Going into the season, if you were asked which of the rookies were you thinking might have a slight chance, everyone was saying Kolek, everyone was saying Hakeem Dadier. No one was talking about Huck Porty much. I mean, they knew he was a raw talent, but because of injuries, the Mitch thing and the Sims being Sims, Tibbs was forced to play a guy where maybe he didn't really want to play him, but Huck Porty showed last year he started showing promise. Like now, everyone in our team is saying, "Wow, man, Huck Porty's got some." We would have never known he can do that.
And I would say something even more to that point is that we've seen him. Oh, what's up, Corey?
My fault. No, and to your point, though, Coach, you got to understand Huck Porty was already a professional.
Yes.
When he stepped into the NBA.
Yeah, and that was the other thing.
You know what I'm saying? He was already a professional, so he had a feel for the game prior to. Go ahead, bro. I just only want to say that. Go ahead, Dort.
Well, also people will scoff at these other leagues, but LaMelo Ball came out the NBL. He's not like a top 10 player, but is he above average for the average NBA player? Absolutely. These are real leagues that are very competitive that good players come out of all the time.
Pacon played with Wemby.
Yeah, he did. He also played with Sarr and them. He beat Sarr. His team beat Sarr 3 times in the regular season.
Yeah,
and he was the number 2 pick.
The kid that was just the number 1 pick for the Nets, Igor. What's his name? The 6'9" point guard guy, Demon or whatever his name is. They showed videos of Dadier locking him up, like shutting him down in the EuroLeague.
Risache. He beat Risache 3 times in the regular season.
Risache too, yeah.
Yeah. But I wanted to say, man, like, look, we see all these other teams, bro, that they're playing these guys and using them and they're winning. It's not a contradiction. It is the necessity of the modern NBA, not only because it's a more youthful and athletic league, but also for CBA reasons, and also because, bro, what do we complain about every game of the regular season? The offense got stagnant. The defense got stagnant. That's why you have young people in the world, bro. They're going to freshen things up. We can learn things from these people. They can contribute things that we're not seeing. And I even think if you put the current star players in a mentorship position, some of you guys, I'm not going to, be too rude about it, but some of you guys on here is a little bit older. If you're mentoring a young person, a player, it puts you as a better person. Sorry, Rob. But that relationship, it's like you want to step up to show that young person, like, yo, I want to be good for this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Why you look at me? Why you look at me when you say, "Oh"?
Sports in general. Let's face it, it's a young man's game. I mean, you adapt. It's just like nature. Like when you talk about like the lions and the gorillas and stuff, you get them young bucks coming up and keep trying the old heads.
I'll put it to you like this, exactly. Let's say Mikal Bridges, for example, or OG Anunoby, they take on Hakeem Dadier as like their mentorship. They have like that kind of relationship with him. You think he wants to play bad in front of the guy he's mentoring? Right. That completely changes the dynamic of how he wants to play good. It's even another reason. Forget even winning or losing. Now, beyond that, it's almost like a father-son type dynamic of like, I have to show up for this young guy to believe in himself. And that makes you know what I'm saying? Like there's a whole dynamic there that makes them want to be better in themselves also,
Right. Well, yeah, and I can attest to that because, I'm 50 and I just recently coached, high school athletes. And, I stayed hip, you know what I'm saying? Like I always kept, because one thing about the modern
don't break your hip.
You can't force your OG print. Like they will not break, bro. That's one thing I'll give this generation credit on. They stand on their laurels, bro. They do not break. Like it used to be back when we were younger. We automatically respected our elders and our coaches first. And now if they broke our trust and broke our respect, then maybe we started dialing back on the respect. But this generation, you got to prove yourself and earn their respect before they respect you. They don't come out of the gate respecting you right off the bat. It's the information that if you claim something like, oh, I used to do it, they'll look you up in a heartbeat. They'll look you up on Google. Like, cause I said some things about like my pet, and they looked me up and like, oh, hey coach, I saw some articles of you and blah blah. You really was that, huh? And I'm like, yeah, man, I ain't here to blow smoke. So they check on it, and that's how like these young players are today. You can't.
To that point,
they're a lot more well informed. They don't just follow the coaches blindly anymore. They want to know why I'm doing this. What's the reason instead of like it's because I told you so. Yep. No, you got to explain like the stuff to them. That's what it is.
It's like, what's in it for me, coach?
Yeah, that's it.
You're mistaken it. Look, I'm gonna jump in on this one because I think it's a great point. These young guys is gamers, bro, and that might not mean something to some of the folks that are watching this, but when you've played and competed your whole life, they've competed in high level competition from the moment they're born, bro. They've been in clutch situations. It's not the NBA Finals, okay, sure, but competed at a high level in high pressure situations, they have. And for me, the best example, the most encouraging example, you put Huck Porty in the game for 2 minutes against Cleveland. What does he do? Instantly goes and dunks a galactic Space Jam dunk on Jared Allen, bro. That guy don't know what hit him. Or was it Evan Mobley? I don't know what it was. He don't care. DPOI, I don't give a fuck what this guy is. Sorry, Ron, but that one deserves it.
Was that French? I don't know if that was French.
Sorry. But
we have two French players now.
Yeah, we do. So we can.
Yeah, I think we just trying to acquiesce to the new regime. I get it.
But I'm just saying, like, there's some players you put them in there.
Better than the last two French ones we got.
Yeah. There's some players you put them in there and this is that star. Oh, I don't want to be too. How these guys don't care. They want to clip them. They want to get clips of the highlight reel. They want to show up. And Kolek, we've already seen him be clutch, bro. We've already seen him close out big games, not only in college, but in the G League with the Knicks and even with the Knicks in the regular season when he got chances. So clutchness, bro, is something you really can't teach or instill or buy. And we have two guys that I've seen them personally already. You put me in a game against DPOY, I don't care, bro. I'm dunking this guy back to wherever the hell he was drafted from.
So I hear you. And I don't mean to cut you off, but I do mean to cut you off because I just don't want to get too far away from what we're talking about next. Because we will keep last week was 7 hours. So I'm like, hey, yeah, I hear you.
Guilty.
And we stayed on topic too. So.
I hear you. But so the last thing I want to say, once again, I'm not trying to sway anybody, but James Borrego is my guy. And part of the reason why I also feel that way is because Borrego has run the gambit. You might say, well, what's the gambit, Ron?
What's the gambit, Ron?
Video assistant head coach. So the trifecta. And then you like, well, okay.
He walked that whole line.
It's just the same thing that you found from
Eric Spoelstra.
Let me just tell you, I know where you get it, Double A. We found out, and now apparently everybody knows this. Apparently the Knicks love
and Pat Riley as well.
Right. Well, yeah, him too. The Knicks love Eric Spoelstra, but he signed his extension. He's not leaving Miami. And in fact, he might be getting ready to go up into the front office, take Pat Riley's job, and that other guy, Quinn, might be replacing him, who has done the same thing, video assistant coach, now probably getting ready for the head coach. So if the Knicks loved Spoelstra so much, and apparently if Spoelstra didn't sign this is all speculative, whatever, apparently if Spoelstra didn't sign that extension, the Knicks were going to fire Thibodeau and give Spoelstra the job. They couldn't get Spoelstra. James Borrego, video guy, assistant coach, 10 years under Popovich, won 2 championships as an assistant, gets the head coaching job, does 4 years. His last year, gets that team with a lot of question marks of their own to a winning record, he might be someone they look at and say he's supposed to. There's a reason why. I don't know what happened, and I'm not going to take it out of context the way they did. Apparently, they took Brian Windhorst's comments out of context. I don't know what the hell happened over there. They made Brian Windhorst look like he said the Knicks' next head coach is going to be James Borrego. But where there's smoke, there's fire, people. Just saying. I don't know how that came out.
Look, to help you in your point, look, Borrego was part of the end of when Michael Jordan was still tinkering over there.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people weren't happy with Borrego being let go.
Mm-hmm.
They think that was a Michael Jordan suggestion. And we all know, no offense, Mike, you ain't the GOAT in the front office.
Yeah,
right? Just like Joe Dumars is not the GOAT for
hey,
his
watch
first move he made.
We love Joe Dumars in New York. He gave us everything we wanted. But continue.
But his first move as the GM of the Pelicans, what was that trade?
Okay.
Not a good first move.
I see your point. All right.
But no, but here's the thing. I don't want to say these other guys were trash, but other people's trash is some other people's treasure. You know what I mean? Like sometimes it's a fit. Sometimes look at players we've thrown away and turned into something with other teams. You know what I mean? Like it happens. Like sometimes fits don't happen.
Sometimes it don't work out. All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's do this. Let's move on real quick. Shout out to the chat once again, everybody who's joined. If I missed anybody, you know how it is. Shout out to Lonnie Meeks. Good to see you. Shout out to My 2 Cents. Shout out to AP in the building. Appreciate you. I think I already said what's up to him, but we've been going back and forth. Shout out to Lou Boogie once again. Shout out to Sha Powers in the building. What up, Sha? Appreciate you. Danny Landis in the building. What up, Danny? Salute. Thank you guys for being here and supporting the show as always. Can't tell you enough how much it means to have you guys tuned in and showing love. Shout out to Rob Brown in the building. I don't think I've seen you in the chat before, Rob. Thank you for being here. He said, oh, well, we kind of talked about this before, man. This has been the elephant in the room. Rob says, what do you think of finally bringing over Rokas on a rookie as a secondary ball handler? He looked good in the World Cup. I got bad news. Rokas ain't never playing in a Knicks uniform, bro. Rokas wants to be Jalen Brunson, okay? Rokas wants to come over here and run a team. And right now, Rokas, for as much as he's had to grow overseas, because remember, Rokas is a system player. And in that system, on his own team, they had like a 33 or 34-year-old over there running the team because it's a hierarchy. They do things differently over there. So he wants to come here. He's sick of that. He wants to come here, but he wants to be the man over here. You ain't just going to be the man over here if you come into a good team, because a good team most likely already has a point guard. You can back him up, but to come over here, you're going to have to play for some bad team somewhere. And he doesn't want that either. So Rokas wants a lot, and I just don't know if it's ever going to happen.
Rokas is entitled.
A little bit. But don't get me wrong. What I saw from Rokas in the last time he was here in the Summer League, I was like, man, this kid got some game. But we ain't never going to see it. I'm sorry to say, I don't think we ever going to see it in a Knicks uniform. It is what it is. It stinks, but so I'm just waiting for them to tell me they've traded the rights for something. I don't know why the Knicks are still holding on to the rights of Rokas. Maybe they think he's going to have a change of heart. I don't know what's going on, but I think they just need to move on from that.
That's the same reason we have the rights of a 32-year-old right now.
Yeah, that could be it too.
Nobody. I'm telling you, they got some kind of office pool.
Like that's for the salary cap, coach. That's some salary cap issues right here. What's your man? Capologist. Yo, this dude is dope.
Yeah,
he's dope. and he knows how to manipulate that. Yo, listen, he can stretch $1 into a million right now because he did it just a minute ago. You understand what I'm saying? And he played out that whole collective bargaining, like that whole little cap situation as far as the aprons go, by just $1.
No,
$1.
he definitely
Think about
swindled. He swindled the NBA, bro.
All the league's mad when we did. He gave when he gave all them guys a $1
Them little contracts and then put them in the cat deal. Ooh, we getting out there finagling. I love that. That was beautiful. Shout out. See, that's the type of stuff that kind of we and respect it, but that stuff goes unnoticed, man. We got to give the Knicks organization a little bit more credit. We know how to stretch, like what.
This stuff drives me crazy because you have such competent people with the Knicks organization now, and they still have the 20-year-old. Oh, that it's a bad organization. You have Walt Perrin, Casey Smith, Casey Green, whoever's a medical guy that everyone says is like the best medical guy of the NBA. Worldwide West. You have so many amazingly competent people in the organization now. And deserve a little bit. You know?
Say what you're saying, D-Rex. That we won the award for best medical staff in the NBA after having tons of injuries. Almost half our team was hurt. Now the next, you know what the difference is from that? From having like 5 or 6 guys hurt and influential pieces of your organization the next year to winning medical staff of the year. Are you kidding me? Isn't that crazy to y'all? Right. And we got a capologist in Brock Aller. We got Worldwide West, to your point, who's great at relationships and getting to people and bringing them in for talks. And we'll go from there. We'll take it from, like, how can you
recruiter? He's a recruiter.
Yeah, he's a recruiter. How can you say you're not happy with this front office? This is the best front office I've ever seen as a Knicks fan. You kidding me? But whatever.
And we also avoided something. At least we didn't try to do it purposely. We became a competitive team without tanking. Like, we didn't tank for the pick, for the first number 1 pick. Even the year we wound up getting RJ, we didn't tank on purpose. We were just bad in general,
right.
He didn't like.
And we thought,
he had injuries, and some guys didn't pan out that were supposed to pan out.
Shout out to
Coach. Coach, I'm sorry, Coach. I want to say real quick. That's where Tibbs comes in, because he set the culture. Even though I don't care what y'all don't like or like about the man, he changed the culture. He took that pathetic attitude out of the city, out of the team, out of the franchise. He lit a spark. You know what I'm saying? He did what he's supposed to do so far.
That's fair. I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. That's true. Like,
and I think Leon Rose knew that too. Like, he knew that Tibbs was going to give a certain, the high floor. You know what I'm saying? And he probably knew one day his team might outgrow him. So, he might have the writing might have been already on the wall for this for him. We're not in there. It's not like Leon's in the office being the media telling us all this, but they make all these calculated moves. They do all these things out of the blue that you didn't really hear whispers about. They do all this finagling of the roster, making the money work. And then you don't think that
hell no.
They're on top of the coach stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Hell no.
What are you saying hell no to?
That's breaking news. Oh, hell no. Come on, man.
Listen,
clown show.
Look, if Mike Brown gets a second interview, he gets a second interview. That don't mean he's the coach. That just means
I'm talking about interviewing female head coach Dawn Staley.
I don't have a problem with that, Double A. You know why? Because I don't think they will give her the head coaching job, but I wouldn't mind having her on the coaching staff.
All right, since when is David Smith Sham Sharana? Like, we're just going to.
No, I mean he's not reporting it from himself. He's reporting it from what is going around. There's nothing wrong with that. If that's the truth, that's the truth.
I didn't see anything about the second interview.
Well, listen, I don't know. I mean,
I hope not. Clarify, David Smith. Or you just putting something out, or just something you have a source? If you have a source, state your source so we can check it out, please.
Oh boy.
Mike Brown. Oh,
Okay.
They threw a curveball at you, Rod. Relax, B.
No, I'm looking at something else. I'm not even worried about that's like as I said, the Knicks are doing their due diligence. I don't care. This is fine for me. I mean, one of the most impressive things that I didn't know about that Jay Boogie broke last week, and it's only because I don't care. You know what I mean? It's not that I care, but I don't care. You know what I mean? I don't care to look at it myself, but when he said it, I was like, oh wow, I didn't know that. When he talked about the Indiana Pacers and their female coach, I did not know that she is the defensive coach. That's crazy to me that I didn't know that, but that's dope. And obviously, guys, listen, we talk about Indiana. Indiana plays some damn good defense at times in the playoffs, especially versus the Knicks.
David Smith read it wrong, bro.
Situational.
Yeah,
it was saying that Mike Brown was the second interview. This was like
difference, David. Come on, man.
Because I'm looking at all the reports. That's what it's saying.
Thanks, Coach.
But Coach, where's that coming from? Where's that information coming from? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro.
No, it's back on
all
June.
good.
It's back on June 19th. That was 9 days ago.
Damn, Dave, you in the time capsule.
I see that headline.
It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Dave, you all right, Dave?
Thanks, Coach. Thanks, Coach.
Oh wait, hold on. He says it's from what is that? Knicks Fan TV. Oh, okay. No, he says it's from Knicks Fan TV. So now I will say that could be a little different. You know, because your man's over there has the inside track and he be knowing stuff. So maybe he's saying Mike Brown is about to get a second interview because he already heard from his sources. And so that may be the case. So, okay. All right.
Damn.
It is what it is.
And it might be the Knicks just showing them some respect before they make the decision. That's all it is.
That could be the case.
You know, because he deserves that, though.
Who you want, Corey? Who do you think out of the pool?
I want somebody. Listen. I want somebody who's competent, capable. To be real with you, I would not mind giving Jason Kidd that job. Real talk. I would not mind. And as quiet as it's kept, you really don't know what the situation is going on over there. Like, listen, a lot of these cats are playing. A lot of these cats play because this is the NBA. It's very political, and you got to watch how you step around stuff because that's how we just lost our second round pick. It was only 59 picks in the draft, and we lost one of them because of tampering. So you got to be careful how you step around people, and you can't step on toes. You know what I'm saying? It ain't. But these people are close. GMs, presidents, head coaches, because there ain't but a few of them in there. You know what I'm saying? They run into each other all the time. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be careful. Listen, Danny Ainge is Danny Ainge because everybody knows what Danny Ainge stands on. He's respected for it. You understand what I'm saying? But he's not liked. You understand what I mean? They do business. But sometimes some of these cats take certain things personal. You understand what I'm saying? It's how you come off.
Right.
So, it is what it is, yo. I prefer Jason Kidd in my mind, but it might be somebody totally different. The Knicks might go totally left and mess around. Brunson might be the head coach. And, you know what I'm saying?
You never know.
And his number 2 might be Dice. Because believe it or not, who's the G League head coach? Dice.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And if Tibbs ever would have got kicked out of a game, you know who would have stepped right in front of Rick Brunson? Dice.
Right.
Just to call and make the plays and be strategized.
Oh, and Corey, I don't know if you knew this. Did you know that this summer league it's not going to be Dice. It's going to be a different head coach.
Well, because why? Tibbs is gone.
Well, probably.
Things change. Shuffle.
Probably.
People move up. Listen, people move up the chain. People move down the chain. People roles change. So it is what it is. You got to be flexible, y'all.
I see you backstage, by the way. Hold on 1 second. Let me get somebody else. Let me see.
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and pop off so
Okay, hey,
he
Double
can
A,
come on.
listen. Once
Thank
again,
you, fellas.
good to chop it up with you again, Double A. It's been a minute. I know you've been busy raking leaves. You know what I mean? You're enjoying the heat out there. Once again, guys, listen. If anybody's interested, you see it's pinned to the chat. If anybody's interested to any, relocation services in South Florida, also assistance with getting financial stuff approved, you know what I mean, acquiring the financial you need for all them good stuff. Double A is your guy. This is what he does, and he will help you out. His email is there, so reach out to him if that's something you might be interested in. Definitely holler at your man Double A over here. Appreciate you, Mike.
Thank you, fellas. Thank you.
Easy, bro. All right. So let me bring my guy up. Hey, Randy. It's Randu. What up, Randu? What's happening, bro?
What's up?
All right.
Dude, what's good, man?
Good to see you, bro. Now, instead of talking to you on the mic, on the phone, now I get to see you in person and chop it up. What's up, bro?
This whole thing about the coaching issue. Okay, we're gonna start with Mike Brown. The only way I would want to bring him aboard is like if we had to like bring on to hire an assistant coach who's not that experienced, that got not that much head coaching experience, then I would want to bring Mike Brown aboard. But for me, I say we should go with Jenkins.
Okay. So, and all right, I didn't say this, but you guys can see, apparently Knicks Fans TV is reporting that Jenkins and Brown are both getting second interviews, which, I mean, I'm not surprised that makes sense. Mike Brown is going to get this. I don't know. I'm not saying they don't like Mike Brown, but Mike Brown is going to get this because he's earned it. You know what I mean? He's earned it in this league. If he goes to interview for a situation, he has enough history and enough input that I can see him getting a second interview. Jenkins is showing they like Jenkins, so giving him a second interview is another thing to look at and say, okay, that's good to know. And I told you before, my guy's James Borrego, but I feel like Taylor Jenkins is somebody they like too. I would be happy with either one of them. Just wanted to put that out there. But before I move over to the other, things we've done. Sha, what's going on, my brother?
What's going on, everybody? Just give a quick little shout out. I don't know if that's me in my background. Is that me?
No, I don't think so. You on vacation or you just chilling?
No, I'm chilling. I'm out in I'm in Jersey right now, chilling at one of my people's crib and stuff like that. So not super duper. Just wanted to check in with y'all guys, man. And I heard who y'all was talking about, and I wanted to chime in on what I think, man. My idea is that
there is some extra. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Okay, hold on.
Randu needs to mute.
Yeah, Randu, you good. I muted you. So that sound is okay. Go ahead, Sha.
All right, yeah, I think that they're waiting for to see if Kid shakes loose. One of the guys right now, I mean, the real reason, I think they already have a plan. They had a plan A. I think they had a plan B. They had a backup plan C1, C2. So I think they already had a plan. Everyone a lot of people are talking about, the Knicks didn't have a plan. The Knicks didn't know what they wanted to do. They knew they wanted to fire Tom Thibodeau. They knew as soon as the season was over, they wanted to fire Tom Thibodeau. And I think they have an idea who they want. Now, and, they touched base with Aduko. You see he got re-signed, right? They touched base with these other guys. They see the guy signed. But right now, if you're paying attention, Kid has not been re-signed. I think he just got re-signed maybe 2 years ago, but he didn't get an offer sheet. All his guys is leaving. They didn't include him on the Giannis. I mean, on the trade with Luka. It's all these things that's going on and stuff like that he's not a part of. And if he wants to really become, everyone is misunderstanding what the New York Knicks is. The Knicks, when you say the New York Knicks, you're talking about basketball. You're talking about the Mecca. Who doesn't want to be a coach, being the New York Knicks coach, especially with the team that they have right now? this team right now is set to go for greatness. You know, you got 2 all-stars on the team. You got a slew of guys that rotational style pieces. You got 2 defensive ends. I mean, two defensive wings. You know, only thing you have to do right now is maybe tinker with the lineup a little bit, get you a couple of extra guys like what they did tonight. Everybody thought we wasn't going to make no trades and all that stuff. We end up getting how many pickups we got? So 3, 4 pickups, these 3 new young guys we talk about and stuff like that. So the Knicks have a plan. I just think they're waiting for Kid. I thought by this weekend that they would already have made the decision or Kid would have said something, but let's see what happens because next week, the 31st is right around the corner. I mean, the 30th is right around the corner. I'm pretty sure they want to have this starting unit in line with who's going to go into summer league because it's probably whoever's the coach is going to be. Their team is going to run that unit in the G League. I mean, in the summer league. So it hopefully maybe by Monday, Tuesday, some of the pop off or something like that. I thought it was going to be this weekend, but you know what I mean? I think they have a plan. I think they're waiting for Kid. I think Kid is the ideal, and anybody after Kid. I don't know. I mean, I was joking around. I mean, I like Jenkins, but I joked around and said Meta World Peace. You know, just to throw another name out there, another name that somebody could just laugh about or something like that. Because right now the Knicks are still sucking the energy out of the whole NBA. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, the playoffs are over. We already have a championship, and ESPN, TNT, all these stations are still talking about the New York Knicks. So I think that as Kid, I'd be okay with jinxing. I'm not so high on Brown, but if he's in there too, I roll with what's on the front of the shirt. You know what I mean? I'll roll with him. You know, it's all these guys are great coaches. So any one of these picks from these coaches that we are interested in is not a bad pick. My picks, like I said, I think Kid is the sole reason why they're still going on with this stuff. I think Jenkins is a solid backup, and I think Brown is a caveat to you know, the last he's Worldwide West boy, man. You cannot leave him out of the conversation. You know what I mean? You cannot leave him out of the situation. If you know the New York Knicks, they deal with family, they deal with connections, they pull people in that they know. And another reason why I like Jenkins is because if I'm not mistaken, I think he's CAA too. You know, and your boy that you're talking about is CAA too. The Spanish dude from he's CAA too. So you know, those are connections. Those makes the conversation more to talk about because these are the guys that you know that may have some, you know, insight to getting in there. CAA is strong, boy. It's like the force.
You ain't never lie. And listen, first off, I don't know. I look. So far, everybody that they've interviewed has been someone that's worth thinking about. The Micah Nori thing is maybe he's a little bit slippery because doesn't have the head coach experience, but he's been an assistant coach like forever, for like dinosaur years. 16 years is a long time. But I don't think the only one I could say that I really don't think should be the coach is only because of the personalities and stuff and it being New York is Mike Brown. I don't have an issue with his coaching ability, and I just think he's a little rough. Like, and you just got rid of someone in Tibbs who can be a little rough. And I think Mike Brown is a little rough because that whole thing about calling out your players with the national media and talking bad about them in press conferences, I just don't know how the Knicks players are going to love that. I think they're giving him a second interview because he's Worldwide West's guy and he deserves it because he's got that cachet. But I think they're really just doing it to save face and to show Worldwide West, you know, listen, we appreciate.
They blowing smoke, bro. They blowing smoke, bro. They blowing smoke.
Facts. It's just steering the narrative. Steering the narrative.
Exactly. Yo, like they hide in their hand before they throw this rock.
Yeah.
Real talk.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. One thing about Leon Rose, because he doesn't talk, thank you, Jesus, is that every move that he decides to make, number one, he does not allow himself to have he makes the sole decision at the end of the day, but he allows everybody at that table to chime in. And he considers everything what they say before he makes his final decision. You know, he's very strategic. He's no fool. He's no fool. He knows what he's doing. You know, believe it or not, he knows what he's doing. And what that said. But the only part I didn't like is that he didn't have his plan wasn't totally in place at the end of the day when it started off. That's all. That's my issue with him right then and there.
I hear you.
I honestly feel like that was a personal move between him and Tibbs because they didn't rock all year long. There was no communication. And it was the subliminals sent back and forth. If y'all was paying attention. And it's just what it was. You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is. We got to move forward. So I don't cry over spilled milk. You know, gone. Hey, yo, like my daddy used to say, to get over somebody, you need to get somebody else in your bed. You know what I'm saying? You got to move forward personally.
Yeah,
you know,
I hear you. That's true. Shout out to E. Gibson. He said, I like Stott's offensive philosophies. He would be a good assistant as well. I like Stotts as an assistant as well. I don't know if I would want him because he's being considered as another person that the Knicks might reach out to as a head coach. I don't know. Like if you're trying to, and this is no offense, but if you're trying to get younger and fresh ideas, fresh styles, and do something new outside of the box. Stotts is like 67 years old. So I don't know why, it kind of goes against what is the new model of today's NBA. But, we'll see what happens there. But for now, we'll just wait and see what the Knicks do and who else they decide. But there was something I was going to say in regards to what Wolverine has been saying a lot in the chat. If we are led to believe that the Knicks want to win a championship and that's their sole purpose, and Ian Begley came out and said the same thing. That's been his opinion. If their sole purpose and discretion is to win an NBA championship, he doesn't feel, and maybe he knows a little bit more, but he can't say it. He doesn't feel the Knicks are going to go with an unproven head coach. They're not going with somebody who's never been a head coach before. That's Ian Begley's feeling. So, and if that's the truth, then hey guys, it's going to be somebody that coached before that has some type of pedigree. It's not going to be some brand new guy we're not going to get the G League guy or even a college coach. So just something to think about going forward. All right. So you guys know that coaching is not the only thing that's been going on that been talking about lately. The Knicks did have a draft. It was the 50th pick in the second round. They wound up trading it and got the 51st pick, right? And that 51st pick turned out to be Mahamadou Diawari, who played 3 years in college, I believe, with Stetson. And then his last year was with the Oregon Ducks. But this is his college stats. So he averaged, now this is career averages, guys, because those last 2 years are a little funky, and I'm going to elaborate on that. 6.8 points per game, 5.1 rebounds, 0.5 assists, 0.4 steals, 0.5 blocks, 54.7 from the field, 14.3 from three. I mean, he's not a shooter. We know that. 59.8 from the free throw line. He's more like a Mitchell Robinson type. So just understand that he's not a shooter. All right. And hold on, let me just tell you, because I know that's a question that everybody has, and I forgot.
Ron, how tall is he?
What I said. I was like, let me get this, because I know that's a question that everybody has. He is oh wow, really? ESPN? Come on, we got to do better. All right, I gotta go somewhere.
I think he's 7 feet.
I think
6'11".
I just want to make sure
He's
is
6'8" without shoes.
Oh yeah, that was him. No, that's not him. Is that him?
Yes.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
6'9". Yeah, that's him. I see the picture now. That's Diakite or whatever. What's his name?
Diawari.
Though, yeah, Diawari,
He's like a
Yeah.
jumbo.
Yeah,
he's a jumbo
Yeah,
wing.
Well, he's from
6'9",
France, right?
6'8", 6'9".
Yeah, they
With that,
got him. Man, this thing is all over the place. Some places got him at 6'8", some places got him at 6'10". I mean 6'10". But the bottom line is he's got a 7'4" wingspan. So whatever.
right. That's the wingspan. Right.
All right. So listen, guys. His last year with Oregon. So I guess he transferred from Stetson to Oregon. He played 30 games, like the college career. That's around what you would play 30, 32 games. But he was only playing 10 minutes per game. Now, maybe Oregon already had all their young players in place, and maybe he, on the pecking order, he was down, but he only played 10 minutes a game. He averaged like 2 points per game with them. And I'm like, look, I'm not trying to rain on the Knicks fan parade here. I don't know how to feel about it. Okay, that's all I got to say. Is he's raw, he's untapped talent. He could turn into something pretty impressive. I don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. What say you? How do you feel about Mahamadou Diawari? What do you think, Coach?
Look, a championship team. If we're gonna count on the 51st pick to move the needle on a championship team, then we ain't as good as we think we are. Like this is it screams, stash,
Draft and stash.
He's a defensive player, which that's fine. And we already got. Look, we have three rookies on a contract, and we got McCullough who was on a two-way. Okay, so we got 4 rookies already. Plus, we have Beauchamp and Watson that they might think about having a second look at. So you're talking, we got 6 rookies floating around a roster right now. we can't expect another 2, this Diawara and Dink Pate, to step in and change our whole roster. What Leon Rose is doing here is what I was saying before. He's playing the numbers game. You get 7 guys, and maybe 2 of them hit.
And let them fight it out, right?
Yep.
Because it's already 12 positions. We already got about 12, right? If you include Landry Shamet, we only really got 3 open positions and 3 in 3 two-way contracts to go into the G League. So I mean,
Yeah, like technically
survival of the fittest.
Yeah, technically the only guys you got, Cat, Brunson. I think we have 11 guys under contract.
11 or 12, yeah, something like that. If you add Shamet,
that's when you include PJ Tucker, which technically he's got a team option.
No, I already took him out. I think they.
Yeah, I think PJ's out of here.
Shamet is a free agent. So is Precious. So is everybody else. They're all considered free agents right now. So even Shamet, you know what I'm saying? So, and McCullough.
I wouldn't mind really bringing Shamet back though.
That's how I got it. I got. That's what makes the 12th man for me with adding Shamet. It's really about 11 guys that are pretty much on contract. If you want to include Huckleberry and McCullough and Patier and Tyler, all those guys are on contract. And I mean, Mitch still on contract, and everybody else, the starter 6, Deuce, J Hard, all the rest of the, as much as we don't want to hear about it, McCall's on our payroll. Cat's on our payroll. So those are guys. It's definitely the 7 guys. Definitely 7 guys, and I added the other 2 guys plus maybe Shamet to make it 12. So maybe we probably only have 2 extra positions for the. If you can say 11. Let's say 11. So that's 4. At least 4. I mean, at least 3. So we don't get taxed. Right? 14 it is, right?
I mean, technically, we only have 10. I'm not personally counting Shamet and PJ Tucker.
Okay.
I'm just
okay.
I'm counting the 10 that are under contract. Like PJ Tucker has a team option. And everyone else is not a Knick anymore. Period. Even McCullough.
Right.
McCullough technically is not a Knick right now. Like, because he had a two-way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. He is on a two-way.
Yeah, they have
So-
to.
But we
not
still
signed,
have his
right.
rights though. We still
Right.
have his
He's
right.
still on a two-way.
Yeah.
we still-
Like, now all these guys, we have what's called cap holds on them.
right, cap holds, right.
Like their assumed salary is being accounted for, in our cap.
On the books. Yeah, right, on the books.
So we have to renounce our rights to any of them once we declare, like, when the new season technically starts, the free agency with July 1st or whatever, then that's when all these guys become free agents technically. So I think if we don't get an upgrade from Shamet or Precious, I think those two come back, and also McCullough as well. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay.
But I personally would rather have DeLon Wright than Landry Shamet.
So,
Mhm.
and
That's-
Coach, I don't want to cut you. I don't want
that's
to cut you off, but I was going to
Yeah.
tell you what I was going to say is I think it's going to come down to whoever the head coach is. I think
Right.
the head coach is going to choose whether they bring back DeLon Wright or Shamet. It depends
Right.
on which coach we get. But continue.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I also think it depends on what vet comes over to us. Because, look, the guy that's going to fill that role of either the scoring punch off the bench or the second ball handler for the Knicks to relieve Brunson is going to be most likely a vet minimum guy or the mid-level exception. So if we want to picking up a point guard type, then I think Shamet makes the team and DeLon Wright won't make it. But if the guy we pick up is a bucket, someone that can score, then I think Shamet's out, and maybe they'll just keep DeLon Wright for that. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
Right.
get the defense for offense.
It depends on what you need. What do you need going
Defense for offense.
on your moves? Yeah, that's fair.
Because
I
let's face it, like right now, our three for sure guys on contract that we consider our best bench guys right now, and not assuming Mitch is the starter yet, but Mitch, Josh, and Deuce, they're not offensive guys. They're not going to score. Like, they're not going to generate offense on off our bench, those three guys. So I think all the guys we got to bring in from this point on got to be offense guys. Because we already have defensive guys on our bench. You know what I mean?
Coach, I got a question for you because I've been trying to figure this out, and I really can't figure it out. If with the way we are, I think we're 4 million or so over the first cap and 8 million away from the second cap. If we let go of Shamet and the DeLon Rice and the TJ Tuckers and the Preciouses, do we drop back into the first apron? Under the first apron?
No, right now with all them off the books, we're 365,000 over the first apron.
Over the first apron. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. Okay, thank you.
But if we still have
But doesn't the salary cap go up this year? Real quick, my bad.
Next year is the 10%, I think. Next year is the 10% rate. I mean, right?
That's what.
No.
The
10% is this year, but it's already been accounted for.
It's all accounted for.
Okay.
Anything I'm saying is up to date numbers. Like now, we have 11.5 million under the second apron.
11.5.
So basically, we only have 11.5 million to play with to sign 4 guys.
But
okay? But then there's the mid level, that doesn't count.
Right. Well, the mid, but
that might put us over. It's like say we sign 3 guys, right? All at the vet minimum, like at $2.5 million each, or whatever it is, vet minimum is. Okay, that comes out to be $7.5 million. So now you're only $4 million under the second apron.
You can't even use it, or you go to the second.
So when you sign the mid-level exception,
You go right into
over
the
the apron, but now you're over the second apron now.
Now you're over the second. Yeah, I get that.
So there's stuff we gotta. This is why, calculator guys and realists. It's not that we don't love McHale. It's not that we don't love Mitch. Not that we don't love Hart. But Mitch and McHale are on their last year of a deal. So they're both due for an extension. 99.9% of the GMs in the league look at those kind of contracts and they know they have to make a decision. And we know Leon Rose, if Mikal Bridges doesn't agree to sign an extension before the season starts, he ain't just going to roll Mikal out there all year and let him leave us at the end of the season. He's gonna trade him for something. He's gonna get
immediately.
Something. You know what I'm saying? So he's gonna do what he did to Randall. Like Randall didn't sign. I mean,
okay, got you.
So, but see now Mitch's situation is different. I think they're gonna wait on, like, if they don't trade Mitch because his value is as high as it's gonna be right now, up to this point. If they mess around and offer Mitch an extension. And God forbid, I don't want to put it out there, but I am.
Yeah, we already, yeah.
Something happens, then it's a bad look.
Now we stuck, yeah.
See, in Mitch's situation, if we roll him with Mitch, we got to give him to the trade deadline. And if he stays healthy, then we'll talk about it then. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's a tough. But then you think about, like, why would you do that? Because then when you do sign him, you got to sign him for probably. You gotta give him a $20 million extension.
Now you can't offer him that 14 to 16 million. Now you got to give him the 19 to 21.
Right, and then now we're really short on people. Now we really can't sign nobody last year.
Yeah. So before we get out of here,
So young guy, we got to have a couple of young guys step up.
We do. We definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
They don't have money. They need somebody to step up.
Ocon and Hakapurdy.
Maybe
those two guys got to step up. I think they'll pick up somebody, some minimum contract to back up Brunson. You know what I mean? I think they'll still run hard and Deuce with somebody back there. You know what I mean? I thought because of the money, maybe Shamuth, you know what I mean? But like you said, whoever's the coach is going to make that determination. You know what I mean? But I think, all those names that are out there that we can't get sound good. You know what I mean? Dang, I just messed up all the names in my head. The guy that used to have the blonde streak in his head for Detroit that we just played, we can't get him no more.
Schroeder,
we can't get him. His money too big. Tyler,
can't afford.
Can't afford. All those guys that we want that would even you talk about Chris Paul. His money probably is too long for us for that minimum contract or vet minimum contract. And I mean, and he checked the ball a little bit too much, but he was helped the second unit now, and he's not a second unit guy as far as I know. He's always wasn't he starting in San Antonio? He was starting, yeah. He was starting. He was starting in San Antonio. I think he's always been starting. I don't think in 39 years, I don't think I've seen him come off the bench. So let's see what the Knicks are gonna do. I got hopes, and I think the Knicks are gonna do something good. I mean, they haven't really let us down too much. Even the year with Fournier and Kemba, that was money that they had to spend. So if you look at it that way, if they didn't spend the money, spend the money, it wasn't the best options. But who would have thought right now we sitting here in the off season and we got OG Anunoby, Cat and Brunson with Mikal Bridges. You know what I mean? Who would have thought all of those guys would have been on the same team? So I mean, I trust in Leon Rose. I think they'll make some good decisions, especially with the expert that we got in Brock Aller. And we got stronger with physical. I mean, with physical fitness. I mean, with a PE. I mean, deep massages and all that stuff. I forgot the name of it because of
General health. General health, bro.
We did good with that. So we turning around, man. You know, I mean, we kept Mitch healthy for 30 games. I'm happy about that. And he hit the ground a couple of times real hard. He jumped back up. So they doing good things, man. Let's see what happens. We just need a little boost, maybe the change of this Tibbs not being here, extending the rotation with one of these guys like a Jenkins might help, or with a Jason Kidd that might help, or even a Brown. I don't really like that look, but whatever. I mean, that's my opinion. I'm not saying Brown is a bad coach, but I don't think he's a coach better than Tom Thibodeau, in my opinion. So.
Yeah, no, I mean that's fair. I mean, listen, we got to see.
Actually, that's like a lateral move.
Yeah, I don't see us being much better with Brown. I'm not saying that Jenkins is going to be much better, but the optical will look a little different. You know that this guy's going to get out here and put 9 to 11 men out there. That's going to be that's going to test. And once he gets them to coincide with each other, they're going to be a good unit. You've seen it a couple of years when he was over there with those guys over there in the West. You know what I mean? Once he got a hold of the guys before these guys started carrying guns and doing videos like that, they were playing real good basketball and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And hopefully he can come over here and do the same thing. This team is not a team that can a coach, you could probably go out there and coach the team right now. And right now, I'm telling you, because with what we have on the thing, only thing we really need is a little help in the second unit. Some strong defensive-minded guy. I thought last year we've been missing the whole year. We missed a small forward in the second unit. You know what I mean? So, let's see what happens this year.
So let me
also
do this.
A big guard.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. Before I move on to the other person that we just picked up, I should have did this, but I wasn't going to do it because whatever. It's here now. I'm doing it. Let me show you guys a little highlights of Diawari. Shout out to State from Harlem. State of the New York Knicks podcast. My guy is he's becoming a little bit more into getting videos and stuff. He's starting to drop a lot of good videos these days, doing a little different stuff. So he put up a video of Diawari. Let me show you guys that. Hold on. This is what he's looking like. And like I said, his numbers don't really impress you. It's the ability and what he can improve on with development and how the Knicks can use him in the future. Long term, he might be somebody interesting for the team.
Guys that played in Europe, they don't. Young guys, they're on minutes for sure.
That's a fact. All right, so hopefully, I don't know what his number is. Oh, he's number 12.
Yeah, you can shoot a three. I don't care what his percentage is. The shot wasn't ugly.
Yeah, it wasn't. That one wasn't. That one either.
Pretty good. That's not bad.
A quick release.
Yeah, I like that. That looks pretty good.
Yeah, that's space in the floor.
Would ask him for it.
Ooh, look at okay. All right, I see. Yeah, he don't look like Mitch. I don't know where this Mitch comparison's coming from.
I don't know who's that. I mean, he's a defense guy mostly, but
I like it. Ooh, he all right. He a little swaggy.
I mean, he reminds me. His build is like Vin Baker. I remember him.
Oh yeah,
and I think he brothers himself to Siakam, right? I think that's who he compares himself to, Siakam. So some of those moves you're seeing right there kind of look Siakam-ish. Drives to the basket, a little fade jump, fade hook. I mean,
he's going full court.
Yes, nice dunks, move going.
I think they got to look.
He better. He's only 20 years old. He better be running up and down and dunking on everybody.
Yeah. He looks like he does remind me a little bit of a Siakam. Yeah. I think Najee is the one that they really comparing to Mitch. But yeah. No, this.
I don't see how that's a comparison either.
I'm
That
still
dude's a
I'm still
physical freak.
concerned though. Why was he only getting 10 minutes with Oregon? Averaging 2 points per game. What is that? Like this woo, oh, okay.
Did they have someone? Maybe the person in front of him was highly better than him.
Highly recruited, highly touted, and maybe a 4-star or 5-star or something. But
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Coaching, too.
I mean, it's something to stash and what they call it, stash and grab or whatever we want to call it. Yeah, it looked like something. Yeah, he might get out there and get in the NBA. Yeah, he might get it. He might get in that summer league and turn it all the way up.
He's only
I think
20.
we got 3 two-way contracts, right? So
Mhm. And the thing is with him, like Stetson isn't even. It's like not even like division. It's not Division I basketball.
right.
So like when he transferred to Oregon or something, it must probably came there when they already had a team, and so you know what I'm saying. It's like Oregon's a big program, so you got guys going there, the one and dones.
I mean, he's got a good first step. I like his first step. I don't know enough about his handle yet, dribbling and breaking down the defense to get to the lane, but I definitely like his first step. Looked pretty quick, and his shot is not bad. He's got good form on the shot, so that's good sign.
And he's buddies.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks good when he makes them.
He's buddies with Pacome Dadier, so
that's good. I mean, listen,
corroborate. There you go. Connective tissue, man. The Knicks love connective tissue. Now these two guys get out there and be in the second unit and got some cohesion together. You know what I mean? Turn it up in the second unit. Who knows, right?
I mean, just dribbling one-handed, moving to his left there. That was nice. That's he might be all right. He might be all right. I'm liking the highlights. I didn't really get a chance to do a deep dive to look at what he did. So yeah, he's not what I thought. So he's looking okay. All right, a nice little work in progress here. Look at him going up and down the court. Okay, I like it. I like it.
I like what I see.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. I mean, these are like raw players when you don't know exactly what to expect on the NBA stage. But it's nice to see what he's got. I don't know if I would have picked up my dribble there, but it's okay. It's nice to see what he got. All right, okay.
He's not undersized.
No, he's not.
Nope.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Randu. Oh, maybe not. Maybe we lost.
I like what I'm seeing.
Okay.
He's definitely size at the 4. Definitely got some potential.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't have any. I mean, I always, usually wings now. There's no positionless stuff that goes on nowadays. There's not really power forwards, small forward. Now it's like wings, jumbo wings.
Yep.
We have the only real 4 we had on our team the past 2 years. Well, besides Randall, was Precious. Precious is really in that mold. He's a 4. He's kind of a 4. He's not really a 5. We use him as 5 out of necessity. So to have a guy with his build and his skills, it's good to develop someone for that because there aren't many guys that are 6'9", 6'8", 6'9", 6'10" in the NBA anymore that does like some paint stuff plus can shoot threes. Most of the 6'9" guys now are like long and thin, like athletic. They play more like shooting guards, handle. You know what I mean? There ain't many of them bruiser guys anymore that height range.
Excuse me. Very true. So let's take a look at who else did we pick up and sign? His name is Dink Pate, right? This is his numbers. 10.1 points per game, 5.1 rebounds, 2.1 assists, 0.6 steals, 0.1 blocks, 40% from the field, 26% from three, 58% from the free throw line. So he's 6'6/6'7". Look, the elephant in the room is the young man can't shoot. All right, it is what it is. He's a slasher, a very athletic slasher who looks like he has some good defensive chops, and people believe that he will become a really good defender in the league. Can he become a better shooter? Maybe, but part of the issue with him is that his shot needs some work. He doesn't have the greatest form on his shot, and he could use some tweaking by maybe a really good shooting instructor in the league that could work with him for a couple years, because it's going to take more than 1 year, a couple years for him to really work on getting his shot together and finding a good release. You know, the whole thing about the NBA, to be a good shooter, it's repetition and it's continuing to shoot from the same angle. You have to continue to shoot from the same angle to get the same results. And that's not easy for everybody. Damn sure ain't easy for me. I could shoot pretty good, but you know, it wasn't easy to replicate the same shot all the time. So that's something that someone needs to work on with him. And if he can get any semblance of a decent jump shot, this kid is going to be a problem. Because one thing about him, he's funky attitude. He's got a lot of buzz, bro. You talk about a confident young man who believes in himself. This kid exudes confidence. You listen to him talk, he is a go-getter. And that's just how he believes. I mean, he'll tell anybody. He's a big fan of the game, but he's also very, very passionate. He's an attacker, right? Sometimes we look at situations, you know, I complain about guys being aggressive. That's not one thing you got to worry about with Dink Pate. He's aggressive. It's just that, you know, he really needs to learn how to shoot. And that is going to be an issue, guys. This is why I look at him with a grain of salt, because in the NBA, if you can't shoot, guys are going to test you and they're going to say, well, listen, I know you can drive to the hoop and you might be able to dunk on me. Let me see you make this 18-foot jump shot or knock down this three. I ain't giving you no more room than that. Take that. And that is what we got to worry about with Dink Pate. Can he figure out how to be effective, knowing that he's got some shooting limitations? Has he knocked down shots? Yes, of course. He's knocked down shots, but he can't do it at a high level. That's why his percentages are so bad. Look at the free throw percentage. For a guard, he's a guard, guys. 58%. That's not good. 26% from three.
How tall is he?
He's 6'7".
Okay.
So he's got good height. He's a 6'7" guard. That's great. But he just can't shoot. So something he definitely needs to work with. Let me show you his highlights.
Dinkus Pinkus.
Let's see a little highlights from him. This is shorter than the other dude, but whatever. Still, you get an understanding. This is his mentality right here. You see who he is.
It means you aren't getting stops, and it means you don't have the energy.
Oh, watch out. Dink. Let's go. That's Dink all game.
We need that.
That's all game with his dude. Oh, windmill. Watch it.
We need that.
He loves the windmill.
He loves the windmill. You ain't never lie. That's his go-to. That's him again. Windmill.
Mexico City.
Windmill. He loves the windmill, y'all. But I mean, you know, he runs, yo, and he's aggressive. Like, look at that shot. I mean, that's not a good shot. He hit it, but his shot is terrible. Anyway, but that's not the point. I don't want to take anything away from the guy. The guy's got heart. He's got spunk. He's fiery. And this is just a repeat of the plays again. But look, he's aggressive. Like, watch it. Yeah, so you guys get it. Like, that's what he is.
He slick kind of remind me of like one of the Thompson twins.
I could say that. And listen, that might be something in his future, because defensively, apparently, they think he's going to be really good defensively as long as he gets, you know, and, you know, when it comes to defense, you could have the ability to play defense, but you got to learn how to play NBA defense, and you got to learn guys' tendencies. That would take a lot of time for him to get that down. But he's interesting. He's very interesting, and he's athletic. I don't know. What you think, Sha?
Yeah, I mean, something to put in summer league, see what he does. I mean, we got evidently 6 or 7 guys, and we got about 5 or 6 open spots. 3 on the roster and 3 in the summer league. I mean, 3 in the G League. So, y'all better get out there and play some basketball and stir up some stuff. All the guys look good, and they're all young. And if we get a coach that wants to run these guys to get them implemented into the system, we got some guys that like to get out and run. We got some guys that like to play defense. All the things, shooting can be learned. Defense is an art. You know what I mean? You can learn how to shoot a little better. The more you practice, the more you get your shot together, the better your shot will come. And I mean, defense is something that you just know how to do. You know how to plan for you know how to box out for the rebound. You know how to go for the offensive rebound. You know when to dart in for a steal. You know when this guy's getting ready to do this, to go hard at the man. So all these guys look like they got it, and I'm willing to see who makes the team. And
bro.
Yeah, man. Who makes the team and who goes in the G League? And I mean, I'm down for everything, man. This year is a pivotal year with a coach, whoever we get. I just think the more good player, for me, it all depends on who the coach is going to be. Is the coach going to be an offensive juggernautic coach that knows how to play defense, or is this going to be a coach that's defensive heavily and can implement a good offense in a half-court game? Something like that. So it all depends on what the coach is going to do and how he's going to run the team. And I think he got enough players to do either one of those styles that you want to do. So let's get it.
Yeah. And real quick, Lou says the name needs to be changed to Dunk, not Dink. Yeah, this young man loves dunking.
Yeah, that windmill boy.
Yeah. Shout out to Miguel P, because this is very true. Good point. Someone else said it too in the chat. Miguel was like, where is it? I lost it. Sorry. You got to note this young man is 19. He's about to be 19. I don't think he turned 19 yet, or maybe he did. And he's been playing pro since he was 17. So he's still very young and very raw. So that's a good point. That's a very good point. He's still very young. But I'm telling you, though, the one thing about him that I do like is the way he talks. And he's not somebody that goes into this without a plan. His plan was to play in high school ball and to go to the G League Ignite team for 1 year, and then to go, like, this was all a plan for him then to jump in the draft. Now, the other thing about him is, the Knicks did sign him, and because he was undrafted. All right. So he's undrafted for a reason. He is very raw. And once again, I'm going to say it again, because I don't want to be harsh, but he can't shoot. It is what it is. And in the NBA, when you can't shoot, you get exposed. So the Knicks are going to have to develop him and work with him for as long as, I don't know how long, if this is real, like how long he's going to be with the team, but they got to work with him on developing good form as a shooter, consistency, repetition with a jump shot, because he's going to need it in order to keep the defense honest. He doesn't have to shoot 40%. He don't have to shoot 35%. But he's got to be able to shoot around 30% or better, 30 to 32% from three, and he's got to bring up his shooting in the mid-range in order to keep the defense honest. If he can do that, he is going to create so many opportunities for his speed and athleticism that he could really be a good complementary player in the league. And I said good complementary player because a guy who you think about is who's a guy in the league that is another type of player like Dink, but has a higher ceiling, and we thought would already be one of the best players in the league right now, and he just got traded. Jalen Green. Jalen Green is Dink, but on a higher level. Jalen Green can't shoot consistently, and that's part of the reason why I think Houston has given up on him. He's had some really good games. He can't keep it together. So that's something to think about, guys. I like, for us, it doesn't matter. We got our players in place. Dink would be a fantastic complementary piece in the long term. And eventually, as things start to change, I don't know how long we would hold on to a player like him, but maybe 3-4 years down the line, he becomes a big part of the offense. And while some other guys are gone, you know what I mean? So we'll see. Coach, what
They're
do you
just
think?
projects. They're projects.
Yeah, he's a project. That's right. What do you think about him, Coach?
As long as we don't get a doink as well. I mean, he's look, there's one thing about the landscape of the NBA now. It's set up for stories like this to happen. Guys like him fall through the cracks. Players that believe in themselves, bet on themselves, first. Not everyone's made to go to college for a year. You know what I'm saying? So he definitely has just as much potential or chance as any of the guys that went to college for a year. If you look at his age, he's worth looking at. He might turn into something. There's guys. There's been plenty of guys in the league that they get contracts based on their future potential. They get drafted based on future potential. This is the same situation. It's not like we're paying them $5-10 million. I don't know, there's some background noise.
I think I got it.
But yeah, so to me, it's championship level teams. This is the things you got to kind of let brew in the background. It's not like we're going to have lottery picks. And, what other championship team, level team had I don't know, what pick did the Thunder have? They actually had kind of a higher pick this year. But I don't know if it was a lottery pick, though. But, everyone's valuing these draft picks so much. If you're a good team, the pick's only going to be the 28th pick or the 29th pick. Well,
It's true.
The percentages say there's only usually about 10 players in each draft that become a household name. You know what I mean? The rest of the guys disappear after 2 or 3 years. So the percentages say use your 3 or 4 or 5 maybes to get a sure thing that is going to be could play for you for the next 10 years, aka Mikal Bridges. You know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people cry about this guy's potential, and now we can put him in a certain light where maybe either in the G League or whatever, he can show some things he can do. Then he becomes either potential to play for us or a trade piece. So he's an asset. You look at the business side of it. So anytime you can collect more of those, these are just living draft picks. You know what I mean? Like, they're actually physical players that you can touch. You know what they can do. It's not like some 6th grader right now, the 2032 draft pick, like those kids are in 6th grade right now. What the hell would we be worried about?
That's fair. And the thing about Pate, Pate's a work in progress. And like I said, if somebody gets with him and works with him on his form, he could definitely become a really interesting player. But I just want to say, because somebody was talking about Obi. Obi is actually he's a much improved shooter, but he was actually a pretty good shooter in college. In limited attempts, he shot around 54% from 3, but that, we're talking about less than an attempt. But in his final year with Dayton, he had 2.6 attempts. He was shooting 39% from 3. So Obi is a better shooter. Obi could shoot a little bit. And Obi was averaging 20 points per game being one of the main focal points of that Dayton offense. So
he was the national player of the year.
Yeah, it's a little different with Obi. But yeah, I mean, who knows, man? Listen, if they get, I'm more concerned with if the Knicks have done. This is very interesting stuff. We're talking about Pate, we're talking about Diawari and James Najee. If the Knicks are going to do stuff like this, they better make sure that they have their developmental person in place that puts these guys in a good system to learn and cultivate whatever talent they got. And if they've brought it up, I am definitely confident that the Knicks will do it, right? Because every other thing that the Knicks have had a deficiency in, the Knicks have improved. I can't even tell you how we've already talked about it earlier, but I can't tell you how difficult it is to be able to improve things on the level of which the Knicks have improved their deficiencies. And even this year, the front office with all the moves and the things that they did, had they been able to hold on to Hartenstein, had they been able to trade for Cat without putting Dante DiVincenzo in that trade, this season might have been one of the best seasons in Knicks history. It's all a bunch of ifs, but I'm just saying. So we'll see. We'll see. Well, guys, listen, as I told you, I do not want to do another 7-hour show. I am done ski, but I want to get around to everybody, get your final thoughts as we get out of here. And I apologize once again. I didn't do the phone lines today because I just feel like the stuff that we're talking about right now, it's a lot of conversation that we can have that, I got guys up here that have a lot to say. They're very passionate about things, and I think we're developing really good conversations that are coming out of it. And so, like I said, I'm not going to sacrifice the quality of a show just so I can do segments in a certain way each time around. Now, next week, I will definitely get to the phones, probably even earlier than I would normally do it. But I just want to continue to keep it going and give as good a content as we can, and obviously have good dialogue. So, but that being said,
You ain't got to lie, Craig. You ain't got to lie, Craig.
Corey, I'm going to you. Final words, my brother.
Hey, man. I pray that these guys, whatever decision, whatever route they go, it's the best for the team. Which I always believe in Leon. Leon knows how to pick a winner. So I'm gonna fall back and watch how the chips fall, and I'm gonna still rock out with whatever I see. Like Shah just said, and I'll stand by this. It's the name on the front, not the back. You know what I'm saying? And let's go Knicks, yo.
I hear that.
Peace.
Appreciate you, Corey. Shah, your final words, my guy?
Yeah, thank you for allowing me on for this little short session. It's always a pleasure to get up here and talk to you, great minds and stuff like that. Let's see what happens. The Knicks are sucking the energy out of the talking points right now. And before you know it, when everything really dies down and it gets down to almost crickets, then here comes the Knicks again, bringing in the coach. I think sometime this week it should be before July 1st, I believe. So this way they can formulate a plan to get the G League, the Summer League in order with their coaching and who's going to play that. So we should know something in the next couple of days. Enjoy it, because the Knicks has kept us. It's so short right now. It seems like the season's over, but we've been talking about the Knicks every week. So I feel happy about that. And one more thing, thank you guys for being on. My clothing line right here, one of my new formats, and I'm getting out there. FBC, Fat Boy Club and stuff like that. I got it on my print on demand and on
talking my language.
specialized shirts and stuff like that. Fat Boys Club, that's my new promotion and stuff like that, alongside with a lot of the Knicks Real Talk stuff that I do also, also custom made stuff. When you go to when me and Divine get the web page up, we're gonna have custom shirts made. So come check us out. And let's live life, man. New York forever, baby. Let's get it.
Nice. That's dope. Shah. Appreciate you. Yeah, Fat Boy Club in the building. Okay, I like it.
2X or better, baby. 2X or better. 2X. Hold on, wait. 2X or better. You see it?
Okay, at least it's 2X because that's where
2X or better.
I'm at the 2X. Okay, I'm good there. Also, before I get over to Coach, I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody once again for tuning in and showing love to the show. Shout out to everybody tuned in. I mean, we're talking to over 100 on YouTube, over 200 on X. Appreciate all you guys tuned in and showing love. As I always said, thank you guys for smashing the like button. Thank you guys for subscribing. Thank you for also following and sharing out on X. Appreciate that, man. Definitely it's helping us grow. We are on the road to 10K. We're continuously growing a lot more in the last 2 to 3 months. We've been growing significantly. So appreciate all the love and continue to support. Tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. You know how we do. So let me get over to Coach with his final words. Coach.
Hey, still Knicks fans, nation. My man Ron, Corey Lee, Shaw, earlier Rex and Double A and Chosen Jay. I want to appreciate you guys always being so welcoming. Making me feel at home when I come by here.
Always, bro.
We welcomed our new draft pick. Obviously, some mixed reviews, which always happens.
Mm-hmm.
Never going to please everybody. And we found possibly an undrafted steal. And both these guys, if they're the kind of young men we hope they are, they're going to be the type that wants to prove everybody wrong and make everyone pay who passed up on them. Maybe they got that chip on their shoulder. Talk about possible, the biggest move of the offseason is our new coach. We're not going to be big players in free agency, but we have to do we're going to see how good our front office is and what kind of relationships they have with some of the vets. The offseason is just getting started, and that we'll be there every single second of it. If you like the breakdown, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. Let us know, always that you're here with us. And you do that by showing up, watching, and sharing a Saturday with us like this. So let us know in the comments, what you thought, what some of your ideas are. And let's see who we're all going to be most excited for in the summer league. We're at, a lot of times in summer league, they throw in an extra few guys on the roster that aren't technically legally on your roster. And this season we're actually gonna have about 8 rookies. Well, 4 or 5 rookies from last year, and then we're going to have our own little rising stars versus rookies lineup,
Yeah, it should be pretty dope.
So we going to have a lot of guys fighting I think it's going to see where the cream rises to the top. It won't be just that 1 or 2 guys that stand out. And there's going to be a bunch of guys that are fighting for those couple of roster spots. Mm-hmm. It's going to be exciting. And like I said, we all have the same hope and outlook. We all want all these young men to develop and be great. So we all want that, and I'm sure a couple of these guys will have some hives forming. They're gonna have the Dink hive, and someone's gonna have the Pacome hive, which is the Huck hive. There's gonna be all kinds of hives.
Yep, agreed.
But thanks again. I appreciate it, y'all. Over to you, Ron.
Appreciate you, man. Thank you once again. Like you already said, and thank you for thanking everybody. So I don't even have to do it, but I will say thank you to everybody that the coach thanked as well. As I always say, I already you got to tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans will be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at 11:30-ish, depending on, I had to start a little later, for Know the Ledge, and Mondays for SKF Weekly with myself, my brother John, and my brother Jose on the 1 and 2s. And I can really say that because John's back right now. He's got a break from his AAU stuff with his son, and so he'll be rocking and rolling with me on Mondays again. So that's great. And then stay tuned. Like in the middle of this week, like I said, as long as scheduling permits, I hope to have a show on a State of the Game show. We'll be talking about the New York Giants and kind of where they are, where they were, and if we can get back to those days. So tune in for that. I have a special guest. Is like I said, as long as we can get scheduling together, he'll be on, and he's great at what he does. So I'm looking forward to that. And we'll see. And the other thing too, before I say my last and final words, is, once again, guys, just enjoy life. Don't take it for granted. We all go through cycles of life. We start young, become older, and then become the oldest, and hopefully that's the real circle. But it doesn't happen for everybody. But we hope to all get there. We lost a good one. You guys know about me. Outside of this Knicks stuff and Met stuff and Giant stuff, I'm a big music person. I love R&B music, and we lost a big one recently, Mr. Walter Scott. Listen, for you young people out there, he was 81 years old. He just recently passed away. We call him one of the twins. If you don't know about Walter Scott, you hit the button, search up his name on Google, and when you hear the music, just let it play. That music will last you all day, and it'll put you in the best mood ever.
Talking about the Whispers?
That's right, the Whispers, folks.
Come on, you don't think I know?
I know. You should know. You better know. That's one of the twins, right?
First of all, my mama raised me on that. That's one of her number one, you know what I'm saying, go-tos.
One of the fabulous twins of the Whispers passed away, but known for just making great music. It's like the blueprint of our lives, man. Cookouts, everything you could think of, they've made the joints. So, yeah, go check them out and enjoy yourself. Have a good day, and enjoy the music. Let the vibes hit you, man, because the Whispers did it big. So, that being said, hey, the good, the bad, the ups, the downs, no matter what, we are still Knicks fans. Never forget it, guys. We just keep it going. And like I always say, be good, and if you can't be good at it. Enjoy yourselves, man. The rest of the day, listen, it's going to be 80. It's what is it now? It's 85 degrees. I will say it's not the greatest out there. It's a little nasty because it's like 94% humidity. But hey, make the best of it. Enjoy yourselves. Do something out there, and just try to enjoy your life, because it's never promised. Every day is a new day. If we're lucky enough to see it, then we are blessed. Appreciate
Go to the beach.
Yeah, it definitely.
And the beat goes on.
You know it. I'm about to put that on a little bit. Anyway, take care, y'all. Have a great rest of your day. Thanks everybody for joining me, and appreciate y'all. Love is love.
Rocking all night long.
Oh yeah. Okay, coach.
You already know what it is. You know what it is.
Later, y'all.
Peace, y'all.
Oh,
Got a couple walking in the